One second, guys. I've just got some issues going on here. Just give me a minute. That's really strange. Oh, it's because I'm wearing a green shirt. Okay, never mind. I'm a fucking idiot. I spilled coffee in my computer, so it's been an interesting start to the day, to say the least. How's everyone else doing? Not really a ghost, just terrible outfit choice. I guess I got stopped out of my SPX options. Which is okay. Not the worst price. How's everyone doing? No, it's a green shirt. I'll change it here in a second. Oh, Discord audio, yeah. We got it up and running. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, that should be everything. No, not shirt off. Why the fuck is this on weed? There we go. Oh, it was a really good coffee too. It's sad. Stock likes the color. I feel like I'm very laggy. Nerve down to 5 from 13. I heard, yeah. Yeah, the frame rate on the camera seems off, right? Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. No. I'm not sure if that's working either. I might have fucked up my USB drive. My CCs are red on Fubo. Our $4 weekly is safe. I have no idea. Maybe? I mean, Fubo's had a lot of news recently. I could see it moving up with the market. Yeah, I know. Put some more water on the GPU. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried I spilled fucking coffee on my GPU. It would be the first computer I've had to replace because I filled it with coffee. Wait, I was told no shirt. Have my dislike. That's false. Jamie getting big internalized. Looks like it. Although the market's not really pushing up with a lot of volume right now. It's kind of just rising. Um Volume's okay. It's actually kind of low. We'll see. The continued pressure might see that break. Is Fidelity down? I don't know. It might be. Coffee spill bullish for AMD. I mean, I have a Nvidia card. Cat looking like a snack. Yeah, that looks good this morning. Everything looks good this morning, right? Except wheat. Well, wheat's gonna have negative beta to some degree. All right, I think I have audio. Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. Let me see if I can figure out the camera. Mm, okay, that sort of works. I guess. I don't know why. All right, whatever. I'll figure out why I'm like partially invisible later. Best YouTube. Thank you. I yeah, I do try. You think we break 3,700 today or rug pull? Both are possible. We'll see. It looks strong on the first rejection. I closed out my straddle, so that was nice. Okay. Looks like someone's having a case of the Mondays. You can go fuck yourself, all right? Oh, you know what? I think I can fix this. Nope, I didn't fix it at all. All right. Anyway, hopefully my computer doesn't blue screen again. Caught nerve at 4:43 this AM with a preset limit order. Thoughts on if still bullish there? No. No, I'm not bullish there at all. They didn't open the options chain. I don't want anything to do with it. Gross. The video worth an entry now, or are you holding off? Oh, I'd wait until whatever rally's going on eases before entering that. Slowly over time, DCAing into similar strikes. Pickle Jar is basically tornado chasers in the movie Twister, racing around trying to catch all your catch the shorts. What's our Dorothy? Um, what? Is there a Dorothy in the movie Twister? I haven't seen that movie in forever. It had Helen Hunt in it. I remember that. Yeah, I mean, it had a profitable morning so far. I made a shitload of money off SPX, but I had to conduct my trades on my phone, which is embarrassing with contracts that size. Oh, that's not bad. At least you made some money on it. I haven't changed the opacity. The lighting in here is different because it's raining. It's the goddamn natural light just fucking me over. Dorothy was the name of the device they were deploying to map the inside of the tornado. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember. Is this a double top with declining volume? Yes. I'm keeping my Jimmy cover calls open. Wish me luck. I don't know if I have to. It would appear that GME isn't doing much. How do you feel about Visa 390 weeklies? I think those are $200 out of the money. 190, I assume you mean. It could be okay. I mean, I still have Visa calls, but they're for November. It looks good. I don't know if it'll hit 190. It might be a bit too bullish. No? What are you embarrassing? I'm getting ready to sell my AMC and Ape at 100K each. Good luck with that. Sold me my first sold me first ever sold my first ever covered call last week on GME, made $10. Cost basis is 45. Well, you know, one day at a time, emission nocturnal. One day at a time. Can you explain how you would manage a straddle on the SPY if you expected big movement in one direction? We were not sure of that direction. Well, that's the point of a straddle. When would you sell the first leg? I mean, generally speaking, you close the losing leg immediately. And then, you know, you attempt to your best ability to follow the trend on the winning leg and capture profits. Sold all my Fubo Jan covered calls when it was 4.2. Nice. When 1021 SPX puts expire, do you expect GME to rise with the market the week after? Or do you think they will keep it suppressed from rising? I think they'll let it run if it's going to run after an OPEX. Like if we have obligations and they're gonna cover anything after OPEX expiration, then GME will run with everything else. If they don't have any obligations, then they'll short the fuck out of it. It won't be hard to tell. Thank you very much, Kirk. I appreciate your help. No problem, man. Did you have Jimmy Greeks just hopping on? Sorry if I missed. They're in the daily, but I'll try to get them loaded up on the stream here. Give me a second. I've been dealing with some technical issues this morning. Where the fuck? Oh. Both technical and coffee handling issues. Was Extra Pickles in chat today? I have no idea. He's been dealing with the Techno Viking. I know you hold Tesla. You think it will be affected by OPEX last week of October for bullish price action? It very well could be. Also, earnings is this week, so hopefully that doesn't disappoint. Historically, Tesla has very good earnings. Fubo to 100, new MOASS squeeze starting. No, not Fubo to 100. Any hope my Bobby $20 calls this week, or should I start looking for a job? Probably job. especially this week. Some of the gray names, Shilling Fubo, where did they come from? I have no idea. I like it though. Seems good for short-term pumpies. How has the market reacted to the other times you spilled your coffee on your computer? The last time I spilled my coffee on my computer, the market went up 400 BPS, and I hadn't charged my phone, and I had open calls on SPX. So it was a great day. What color is my name? Fubo, Fubo, Fubo. Yeah, but there's like all kinds of people in here talking about like a Fubo squeeze, which is horseshit. I'm all about it if someone wants to pump and dump Fubo. Still bullish on a Dole squeeze? Wow, really? 2.5% directional move on the indices 3 days in a row. This is totally normal. Yeah, absolutely. Think about it this way. SPX is up 500 basis points from where it closed Friday. I fucking love this shit. Lost some Bali? Yeah, they're good. Commercial machines. I don't know what the fuck a latte maker is. You mean a steam wand? No, not bullish on Sens. I don't think. Which sector of companies do you expect to speak of possible poor 2023 cause of recession? A possible cause of market decline. Tesla, Walmart, banks. I expect banks to continue to do well. I would expect tech to be hardest hit, followed by probably manufacturing in the early part of 2023. Uh, Let me think. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla would probably take a hit. Overvalued mega caps. Amazon, Tesla, Nvidia, AMD. Google, probably not so much. Microsoft could take a pretty big hit. Good morning, Trash. Welcome back. No worries, man. I'm just fucking with you. My leverage short VIX future position is pickle green. Do you foresee ups till Wednesday? There might be another spike in the VIX this week with SLD. But yeah, I expect the VIX to start to cool. Wasn't the MacDoric showing some Fubo spice on Friday? I don't know. Was it? Yeah, I have the Fubo Greeks. Where the fuck is it? There we go. Gamma Max is 7. 7.72. Delta neutral's $5.06. So it's below delta neutral, above gamma neutral. There's been enough accumulation on Fubo that, I mean, it should have some repricing fairly soon, and a market rise is a good time for that to happen. You pick up SPX puts for SLD as we climb here. I'll probably continue to straddle as long as the VIX stays over 30. What's it at today? I haven't even looked this morning yet. Hold on. Yeah, VIX still above 30. I think if that continues, I'll probably continue to straddle every night. Maybe I'll buy the straddles further out so I can leave the long legs open past the 21st. We'll see. Sorry it took a little so long to get the cigarettes. Supply chain issues hit hard. I understand. What's the hedge flip point for GME this week? 2678, I believe. It was in this morning's post. Have you looked the retail put buying compared to call buying in the last days? The last time retail bought 3-to-1 puts versus call, market ripped hard shortly thereafter. Yeah, I've also watched institutional puts sell off in droves. Um, I don't know if there's really a way to accurately track retail put buying, but you know, they do their best, I suppose. But yeah, uninformed investors right now would probably be betting very, very hard on the downside. As long as they're buying them with theta, they're not wrong either, right? Anyone know what happened to Nerve? I'm not seeing any news. Yeah, they declined to file their uh medication for FDA testing, I believe. Hey Gerg, are you more leaning towards Q3 or 4 to see a pullback in guidance and revenues for mega caps? I think Q4 is most likely. Q4, Q1 earnings, I think are going to be the most likely time to start seeing large pullbacks or revisions in their forward guidance. Large cap exposed to FX issues? I mean, they are, right? Inherently. Mega caps are almost all international. I don't know what this green box around me is. This is gonna drive me insane all day, isn't it? Nope, that didn't get rid of it at all. The worst. Okay, anyway. Polite request to add gamma flip to the screen to avoid people badgering you. I do see it in the DD though, thanks. No problem. Institutions selling bags to retail sounds about right. If retail owns most shorts and it does crash, then retail gets more demand and Fed has to hike faster. I don't think so. Man, the number of people actually like actively invested in the market is less than 1% of the population. Like we're not driving consumer demand with our fucking options gains in a bear market. The green box is the camera missing the hue for the green screen. Yeah, I know. I just don't know how to fix it. GME 30C for 1028 or 60 with 30 C's for 1021 or 20. Why so different? But 7 days of theta? Remember, theta decays more rapidly the closer you get to expiration. SPX doesn't want to cross the 20-day average, eh? We'll see. A lot of pressure up to that 3,700, 3,750 range. It'd be really awesome if we see those puts start to capitulate now. And based on the price action, I think they may be. Wouldn't have noticed it if you didn't point it out. Literally unwatchable, unsubscribed. Ah, shit. Ah, I fixed it. WeBull gave me an alert this morning that Fubo is the highest shorted stock right now at like 38%. It's the highest shorted stock in its sector at 38%. But yeah, and it's got some short interest. You know, Fubo was threshold with GME back before the 2021 January run. It's definitely part of the basket. There's no question there. But it may be one of the only companies that are in the basket that's actually doing something currently to improve price and grow. I do have a green screen behind me, but I think I fixed it. So if GPM starts above 115 by Friday, the play is just to let the short side expire worthless, roll the long side stubbornly until profitable, or just take a loss. But yeah, you could do that if you want. How's JPM performing today? There had to have been a massive downtick, and I don't have the broker open for my... So up, but Ivy's down like 10%. You could just wait for SLD or roll forward. I mean, your losses are capped, right? But I would wait for SLD. I think with IV already moving down, you'll have a pretty good opportunity with SLD to get out profitably. You just need to fall back into the range, right? What the fuck did I have open here? Upstart? Alright. How many retail investors do you believe even know what CCs and CSPs are? Very few. It's a small portion. I would say that the most likely group that had knowledge of them before all of this was probably like investment hobbyists. I tried gifting a membership today, but I'm unable to at work since your channel is blocked. No worries, Bipolar Bear. It's not necessary, but thank you. When you move your hand over the green corner, it goes away for... Okay, I got rid of the green corner while making myself slightly more transparent. What's up, Buckled Up Jen? Everyone say hi to Buckled Up Jen. You talking about MOASS? Yeah, let's talk about MOASS. I know you were saying the longer Upstart stakes on Reg Show, the more excited you get. How's that looking? It's still on Reg Show? So, pretty good. I'm gonna wait and see if we go up a bit more today, but do you think GME 1021/28cc would be kind of safe? Thanks, Girk. No, kind of risky. Not that, we're likely to break the gamma flip point this week, but we could. Another big surge in market pressure could, put some real, well, put some real pressure on their internalization. It's quite high. Friday's DPI closed at like 70.6. So it's really rocketing up. They're internalizing quite a lot already. And if they dump that internalization and let the price spike, which is something that they've done before, cover calls can get blown up really bad. What's the next resistance on SPY, SPX? 3700 is the next big one. What catalyst do you think is required for Jamie to take off? Liquidations or hedge funds? No, just just pressure on the position. You mean like MOASS? That's not real. What do you see SPX at during SLD? I have November 18, 3500 and 3600 puts. Cut or keep or cut? I mean, if we don't breach 3700, then it's probably not a terrible idea to hold on to like 3600 puts. I don't think we're going to fall back to 3500. Like an SLD move right now probably wouldn't take us below like 3580. You can put a stop on these at like 950. Oh, wait, no. Sell. This is interesting. Coming up on 10:30. I wonder if we see like a late morning rally. How much are you winning this year? Oh Jesus, I don't know. My portfolio is up like almost 4x this year total. Largely due to GameStop and Bed Bath and Beyond. To be fair, um, I'm up pretty good on Caterpillar too, and decent on SPX. You have like a 180% ROI on SPX, like average over the year. Because when people hear options, they think the easy way to lose all your money. I didn't get it till you started educating us, and I dug a bit. Yeah, I would argue that a lot of times options are sometimes safer than stocks. CCs have been the greatest thing in my life besides you, Girk. Thank you so much, Roaring Kitty. Fubo's not starting to squeeze. It's liquid as fuck. Relax. What are your thoughts on the stats about most people being unable to beat the market? Out of that 1% of the population active trading, how many are successful? I mean, figures vary wildly, but I think with a moderate understanding of how the markets work and good risk management, that anybody could beat the market. It's not very hard. You know, it's impressive when hedge funds do it, but they're leveraging huge amounts of capital, right? As an individual, it shouldn't be that difficult to beat the market year over year. I mean, if you didn't lose money this year, or your total isn't net negative, you know, you're beating the market, right? How much price improvement do you think we can see from them dumping the current internalization? 30 easy? No. I don't think 30 is easy at all. There's quite a lot of put gamma still for the 21st expiration. Let me see what strike that was at. So there's quite a lot at 25, which is going to weigh us down to some degree. But yeah, 2750, well, 27, 2750, and 28 all have quite a lot of put gamma. And the bigger problem with the move to the upside is there's no calls, right? People are just selling shitloads of calls. So it's less likely that we're going to have a breakout this week until people start to close calls going into OPEX, right? And the same thing on, you know, the market maker side. Remember, if we're selling volatility, we're in line with short volatility players. So is now a good time to buy one long dated Jan 23 365 spy pit? You could, if you want to. It's not the worst. When will you be looking to sell Fubo covered calls? After an OPEX, or OPEX is confirmed next week? Probably. I might sell some this week. We'll see. Just like into this Friday's expiration, but I haven't decided yet. Why do super sloppy think that when the price goes down, somehow the shorts are not winning? I don't know. You didn't ghost all my plays, Daniel Supreme. Don't lie. You were busy eating cheesesteaks with your Philadelphia wife. Witness this chat, plebs, and rejoice as your overlords and rulers have blessed you with membership and the ability to speak in chat. I have so many characters. I have all the characters. The possibilities are endless. I don't even know what to type. I'll just waste time. Beautifully put, BMG. Beautifully put. That was an imposter, by the way. Oh, okay, Roaring Kitty. Thank God you let me know who the real one of you was. The most sincere form of flattery is imitation. Because of the size. Well, also, you know, they're trade like hedge funds are generally following an edge or a specific strategy, right? So hedge funds are risk neutral. and then they have a small edge, and you know, the better that edge is, the more money they can make. uh Also, there's decay in hedge funds as they grow. Something that doesn't get talked about a lot, but when new hedge funds pop up, they're always doing fantastic, right? They're beating the market by, you know, oh, was that just broken? That doesn't work anymore. Fuck you, stupid Epic Pen. Go away. All right, that's busted. Um, do you think if your Q1, Q2 predictions come to pass, that Cat will find new lows tied to DGIA? Don't forget, it's very heavily weighted in the S&P 500 as well. Curious how we can play it again when the time comes. Slow reversal taking years is a concern. It could take years. I don't think it will. But yeah, that's something to watch out for. Did I unplug that? Maybe it's unplugged. I don't think so. I have no Epic Pen. The market. How am I supposed to support the market with lines? Hanging out with you guys all day, every day. I've somehow managed to make more money than I have in the last 5 years of my existence. Thanks to the info and good times. You got it, dude. Docu going up today. It is. Do you see SPY hitting 370 today? It could. Yeah, I mean, it keeps stabilizing in this upper range. So that's pretty bullish, right? We haven't none of the pullbacks from, you know, long side sell-offs have really dropped us too hard. I think if we hold 3675 ish, 3670, that we can move up into the later part of the day. Seventh pigeon whale, putting their pickle in my jar. Girk, there are many of us in the chat that do systems works. We'd gladly help design some system resiliency for your system to protect it from you and your coffee. You know, I thought I did. I have like a whoa. I've I've gone blurry. I'm blurry. Ask away and we can help with a belt and suspenders resiliency plan. I just need to not put my coffee on the right side of my desk. Hold on. I gotta fix this. Bullshit. Stupid camera. Ah. Okay, that's better, right? What's a good position for upstart for someone that wants to take limited risk? Volatility play? Yeah, probably like some decent Vega, insensitive to delta. So low delta, high Vega. Try to find a nice mix of those two. Lots and lots of theta. Are you selling cover calls? Not yet. If we cross the gamma flip point, does it make it easier to move up with the market? It reduces volatility to the upside, but it increases stability to the upside. So it's harder to drop the price, right? Don't forget that when we hit the gamma flip point, they can just buy shitloads of puts to skew the flip point. So, if this is the flip point, I still have no epic pen. This is the worst day of my life. Nerve down 60%, LOL. Yeah, I didn't want to touch it, and I'm really glad I didn't. I gotta figure out which of these. Oh, this is the worst. Okay. Well, here. So, since my epic pen isn't working, say this is the flip point. They can skew it by buying puts, right? Or, even more puts. So the more puts they buy, the more they can skew the flip point in the short term. Ugh. Are Pickles picks worth it for a swing trader? No options? Sure. I mean, you can buy shares. Sometimes, though, shares could be riskier, or less profitable. Tesla dead? I don't know. We'll see what happens with their earnings, man. They're up like 7% today. So it's not completely dead. Still $200 away from your target. And I'm really far behind on chat, huh? First Fubo, now Docu, rocking the day after Pickles picks, in before hedge fund, ghosting your plays. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody already is. I have a lot of Tesla shares. What are safe ways we can sell high IV for Wednesday earnings via options? Gracias. I mean, you probably want them pretty far out of the money. Selling covered calls into Tesla earnings is pretty risky, man. You could hedge it. I suppose, with shorter dated calls. So you could sell like 30 DTEs out of the money, but for Tesla, I'd rather sell calls during OPEX than uh, during earnings. What price is clarified margarine at? Um, 26.78. Gherk's ice cream sandwich. How much for a haircut? I don't know. They're like 80 or $100. The stream feels like I'm watching Paranormal Activity for the first time ago. Also, I love you. Also, Zom to 130. Thanks, Lawrence of Alabia. Inverse the left right of the camera so your hat reads Quav. Cov? I don't know. Can I hoard member milestone chats and unleash them sequentially? No. Thoughts on China indefinitely delaying economic data? Bullish for now, right? Sorry for being MIA for a while. Life, hashtag, am I right? I suppose you are. Anyway, how much to shave your beard into the same pattern as Bloodbath McGrath from Wild Wild West starring Will Smith? I'm trying to remember which guy that is. He's not the spider guy. He's the guy with the little ear trumpet. I can't achieve that level of volume in my beard. There's just no way. I would consider the bad guy's beard, whatever his name is. The guy in the little choo-choo chair. Dr. Lovelace. That seems far more intricate anyway. Nerve had news of a setback on his schizophrenia drug. Yeah. Apparently their own setback. I mean, obviously they had some issue with their internal testing or something, right? If they pulled back their FDA, I don't know what the fuck they pulled back, but who gives a shit? They don't have options. For CCs this week, I was thinking of selling them closer to the money tomorrow for 1028 expiry going into SLD to just buy back after the pullback. Thoughts? Sure. Why sell for 1028 and buy back after the... Well, alright, I guess. Probability of GME being over at 2850 end of week, pretty low. Starscream, thanks for your streams. You're the best, Garrick. Thanks, Starscream. Appreciate it. Are my Apple 145 weeklies going to go in the money today? Asking for a friend, obviously not me, obviously. It's a good question. QQQ is doing pretty good today. 145 might be a bit bullish. Dr. Redline's crystals. It's 45 calendar days, but not from the delisting hearing. It's 45 calendar days from whenever they received their appeal, right, in their plan. So the news from the delisting will get through an SEC filing, probably at some point in the next few weeks. Yeah, not being delisted is probably pretty great for Revlon. The Ben D isn't Shaft, you know. Put their pickle in my jar. My bad. It was Lovelace's beard I was referring to, not McGrath. That beard is hella tight. It's pretty neat. Again, very voluminous. That would require me growing my beard out a lot, which I hate because it makes my face look fatter than it already is. How's October OPEX looking currently, in your opinion? Not terrible. I'd still like to see another big downside on GME, though. Like, I'd like to see us break the trend and fall down to, like, 21, 22. Like, if someone sells, say, Jan 25 CCs at 35, will it get assigned if it hits 40? Pretty unlikely. I mean, obviously, anytime you're in the money, your chance of assignment goes up, but it's really, really unlikely that you get assigned on like a 2-year contract. The closer you get to expiration, the more likely you are to be assigned. Sometimes you do get assigned on stuff like that, though, and it's fucking awesome. Yeah, I've done stuff like that. On Tesla's like last really big peak, I sold a couple in the money covered calls for like 2023 at the time. I didn't get assigned on them though. The price just fell straight through. What happened this morning? The screen was black and you were frozen. I spilled coffee in my computer. $25 is the floor, bro. No, it's not. We were at 24 last week. I know where the fucking trend line is. I drew it. Spy halted? No. Do I want to buy options? 610. Buy one. Ooh. Fancy. Yeah, sometimes you get assigned right before a dividend. But not on a 2-year contract, right? Like whoever bought that contract paid for the theta for a reason, right? SPX Head and Shoulder? No. What you're actually seeing here is very, very strong put positioning at 3,700 that has quite a lot of pressure on it, and a lot of really strong put positioning at 3,750, which doesn't have so much pressure on it. And I don't think either of those really want to sell off. I mean, you could zero DTE strangle, but it's risky. If the 3,700s do sell off, or there's another surge, right, and more pressure is applied to them, we could start moving up more. So I'd be careful selling zero DTE strangles unless you're gonna go pretty far out, like 30, what, 3720, 3650, like really wide, and it's not even worth it at that point. Oh, there it goes. Now it's working. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. New FTD report is out. Cool. can't tell if the market's trading on just really low volume today or something's wrong with my computer. You blew it. I was just convincing some audience members to join Pontiff of VWAP through Ko-Fi to get audio. Shit. I'll try again later. Ben. Thanks, man. No Discord audio? Oh, fucking awesome. There we goes. Okay, it's working now. Thanks for letting me know. Upstart 5 million fails total in a span of 5 days. I know, it's very compelling, right? You know what? I'm gonna sell some Fubos. Oops. $36.63. I'll see if that's some support right there. Would you short Netflix before earnings? It looks juicy. I don't think it looks that juicy for a short. Cat dead? I mean, the markets, all the indices kind of just slid a little bit. What do men want most? To be listened to. Heath Dill. To be listened to. This dip has got me jacked. Puts gonna cap, and then we're gonna cross 3,700 before end of day. They might. We'll see. We need to find some stability here first. Fucking SPX just looks like it's halted. I know it's all a joke, but how much is Pontiff of VWAP? I don't even know. Like $100,000 or something. I'm pretty sure I remember centaurs having the ability to see the future in the Harry Potter universe. Thanks, using those powers to help us make money. Yeah, not a problem, man. Also not a centaur. Yeah, Upstart's still on reg show. Yes, I'm still bullish on it. Ugh. Market filled the gap left from SPY on Friday. Yeah, but what about the gap from this morning? Dixie SPX decoupling? I don't think so. I think we saw a pretty even dump across the board. Man, NDQ is fucking ripping hard. What's TQQQ at right now? 19? I wonder if I should buy more. I'll wait. I liked the stream. Why haven't you? I don't know. I can't. I don't have like a button for it. Is Pontiff a VWAP a monthly membership? Of course. I brought up our conversation about centaur taints to my WoW guild this weekend, and they are now without a doubt worried about my mental state. They really? You figure that would be the group of people least likely to worry about you for analyzing the taints of a centaur. Like, who the fuck are they to judge? They play WoW. They're adults involved in something called a guild, right? Like, you know, yeah, people still play WoW. No hurtful full beef. It's not like a centaur seahorse. What's up, turd? I'm not sure that arguments make sense. Guilds are an adult thing. Outdated, maybe, but they're not like part of a merchant's guild, right? I have a friend that has skipped IRL hangouts to do raids and WoW. I think we all have had a friend that has done that at some point. WoW's like crack for people that are afraid of drugs. What are your moves when we get some kind of rev news in the form of an SEC filing? Do you think it will immediately inform price action? Probably, yeah. I would imagine that the effect would be pretty quick. I'm not making any moves around it. I'll just hold the position I already have. I just have a cold water bidet. I don't fuck with the heating systems. I'm afraid that like the heating element will break and scald my butthole. Also, in New York in the winter when the water is like 38 degrees, whew, that'll fucking wake you up in the morning. You know what I mean? Refreshing. Keeps it tight and youthful. I just pulled out 2 pink starbursts from a mini Halloween package. Buying calls on everything. Okay, that's reasonable. I'm not going to argue that at all. Not gonna lie though, I learned economics from WoW. Now, only if I was as good at trading real markets as I was in game, I'd be able to quit my day job. Maybe the thing there, C-Mill, is that you didn't learn markets or economics based on the WoW marketplace. And in fact, it's underprepared you for the real markets. Discord muted? I'm not muted. I think there's just an issue. Yeah, I'm not muted at all. I think there was an issue with the mic for a second, but I got the hot tub stream late yesterday, and I have to tell you that comment that the diaper needs to be emptied slayed me. You're welcome, Claw Range. I mean, the bunk's fine, trash. Just don't go buy cigarettes again. Japanese Toto toilets will sing to you while you release your bowels. Those creep me out, man. It's too much automation, right? It's hard to relax when you feel like your toilet's judging your choices, you know? There's one of them that I saw that like it scans your fecal matter to determine, you know, your dietary needs. I don't want that. Like a little siren pops up when you eat Chipotle. I don't understand that mentality. Like, I get not going out with friends, but my friends don't party hard. We just go out to dinner and drinks and a cigar. We don't even go hard anymore. I don't know. Maybe they have like social anxiety. And immersion therapy is not their go-to. I have in the money cover calls in the money. Well, that's where they would be. I don't expect the price to drop much further or rise much before expiration. Does it make sense to wait until as close to expiry as possible before buying back? Yeah, because you know, the closer they get to expiration, the better the chance that you can. Hold on, sorry, I've got things going on. The better the chance that even if they're a little bit in the money, the premium will be worthless. Toilet, AM, PM, hot dogs again, huh? Someone's planning on living forever. Me, shut up, toilet. No, there's no info on Revlon yet. We're waiting on a filing. Still can't get into Fidelity. Rip my contracts. Why don't you just call them and have them put stops on for you? I see a lot of chatter about Musk announcing a buyback on earnings. They just split the stock. You really think he's going to do a buyback? I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. Musk is a shithead, but unlikely, right? Do you think that logically the delisting decision should come after the bankruptcy decision for Rev? No, not necessarily. No, I won't be at the Supreme. What's the Supreme drop? Supreme is the stupidest thing in the world to me. It's just shirts that say Supreme. The fact that people spend obscene amounts of money on them blows my mind. They're not even great quality shirts. They're just like, okay. You don't get it? It's art. I don't think so. I mean, I can afford it, and because I can, that's why I wouldn't buy it. Do you wear branded clothes? Not really. Hold on. Okay, that's two of the screws that go to the side of my computer. Other one. Lost the fourth screw to the side of my computer. No. Oh well. Did you see more upside for tomorrow with T+2? We could see more upside, yeah. Usually they don't wait to hedge their exposure on like SPX for very long. Yeezys are so comfy and the price reflects the quality. No, they look like stupid astronaut shoes and they're less comfortable than like Hakkas or New Balance. Gork still rocks 2009 style affliction shirts to this day. Legend. I mean, only if they have them at Marshall's. I hate spending money on clothes. Like I'll buy suits, but that's it. Like I'll spend good money on suits. But like t-shirts and stuff, I just don't give a fuck. I haven't spent money on clothes in 7 years. Nice, dork. Do you have a tailor? I mean, it's not my tailor, but I've used the services of a tailor before. Your audio is not working. Yes, it is. Don't lie to me. Discord audio going in and out. Just leave the channel and join back if you're having issues with it. It could be just Discord servers are fucking up. It may not be on my end. It's happened many times in the past. What do you expect for upstart during SLD? I told you like 3 times already. It could drop, but I don't think it's gonna drop back to 20. If it did, I'll just buy more calls. Could we see Upstart closer to 20 in the next week? Probably. I mean, you're already pretty close to 20. How close do you expect it to get? Like under 20? I highly doubt it. Think about it. Meet me at the Supreme Drop. We'll play a game of Ultimate after and then go for frozen yogurt and we can talk about life. That sounds awful. No problem, Bruce Wayne. Credit Suisse CEO to step down in the coming weeks. But what about his plan? He's supposed to drop his big plan on like October 28th, right? Poors spend money on clothes. There are more millionaires in my town that dress like they shop at the Goodwill than those that wear designer shit. That's how we can tell the locals from the tourists. I feel like that's one way. In New York City, we just look for people staring up. Spy's about to take a dump all over your bidet. We'll see. I should probably put in some stops though. This consolidation doesn't look good. My work clothes cost almost triple what my normal clothes are. $70 Duluth pants, $250 boots versus $30 Vans and $40 Levi's. Yeah, work pants aren't cheap. Boots are expensive as shit. I have some like Red Wings, but I don't like them anymore. Like I used to have a pair of Red Wings and they were really great. But then I got a new pair and they kind of suck. I like Keen's boots. Those are awesome. Are you waiting till OPEX to sell options of Fubo? Probably. They're just not worth it right now. Go like get $5. Ugh. They changed a lot of their manufacturing. I can't remember the details. Huh. Red Wings were outsourced to China due to costs. Oh, that's unfortunate. Globalization breaks down equals quality goes down or up because made in the USA versus China. I don't really think that quality. I mean, like you can have a Chinese product that's just as good quality as something made in the US, right? I think that has more to do with cost cutting and uh, cutbacks, right, in the manufacturing process to save money. You're telling me the $500 I spent on my Balenciaga t-shirt was a waste of money? I mean, you could have bought SPX Zero DTEs with that money. If cat tips to 175, is it a good DCA opportunity? Maybe for like 180s? Have you got into your SLD positions yet? No. Your audio is bad again. I don't know what to tell you, man. It could just be the Discord servers are having issues. Because, I mean, on my end, it looks like it's fine. Bitrate's okay. It could, maybe it's your service. Is there not a descending wedge forming? Yes, but it can break down. I know it's the Discord audio that's having a problem. Discord won't even open for me now. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the servers. Whoa, WTI, big candle down. Jimmy holding up well against the SPY dump. Yeah, it's doing pretty okay, but remember that they're going to be using the dump in the market in order to unwind their internalization, right? So utilization high means that when the market drops, GME stagnates. Any idea what the ETF situation is on Upstart? Have ETFs been their method of finding liquidity? Yeah, they've definitely tapped Upstart's ETF liquidity already during this threshold process. Upstart's largest ETF is called Bots, and it was reg showed on the same day that Upstart was. It's now off reg show, but it was on there for a few days. Was this market turned around off any data or news or anything? No, not really. I would argue that it's not a very strong turnaround either. The market's still up 200% or 200 basis points rather. Not 200%. Tired. I hope it drops so I can sell my puts. I still have the other leg of that straddle from Friday. Too late to retract, full ported into puts. Okay. No, Upstart's still on reg show. Its primary ETF called Bots was on reg show and is no longer on reg show. Well, it was on reg show for a few days. It was put on reg show initially the same day as Upstart was. It was one of the more compelling points of the play. Was that not only did they tap Upstart itself so hard for liquidity, but its primary ETF as well, that they put both of them on reg show simultaneously. That's a lot of failures, right? Do you like driving manual cars? Yeah. Hard to find them anymore, but do people who've established themselves in life emotionally, financially, etc., Ever click the first search result on Google? I mean, sometimes the first search result is exactly what you're looking for. How big are your SPX straddle positions on a daily basis? Each leg is 100K, roughly. It varies, but 96 to like 105,000. I haven't seen the GR Corolla. That's like the tuned up one, right? Upstart fails through the second half of September on average equates to 1.2% of total shares outstanding. Spicy. Pretty cool, yeah. I think more importantly is more important is the fail to volume ratio. Be careful on this breakout, guys. It's very weak. I know some of you are going to try to play the bottom here for a bounce on the descending wedge, but it's risky. I like how the upstart position can pay for itself, or at least for a nice discount with CSPs and bull puts. Yeah, selling puts on upstart makes buying options on it very, very cheap. And you don't even need to go like synthetic long for an extended period, because you can kind of create like a calendar synthetic long position. Where, you know, the shorter dated CSP falls off before the longer dated call bought with the credit. On SPX, I would wait. Like, you wanted to break the upside here, but it may not. If it does, then that's a better point of entry, but remember, it'll probably run into resistance at 680 again. Should you be playing like this, right? Upstart worth buying shares at this point, or wait for SLD dump? I think it's a little pricey for share buying. This week puts my cost basis down to 2320. And then I'm waiting for a dip to sell CSPs on, which will hopefully lower my cost basis some more. It's not the worst price. It's not great, but it's not the worst. Like, it's probably in the upper range of prices where I would consider purchasing it. Gazprom potentially rerouting all Nord Stream natural gas to Turkey. Interesting. Do you think it'll go lower at some point? It could. I mean, it could drop back into like the $22 range, I think. I don't think it's going to fall much towards 20 without some significant downward pressure in the market. This descending wedge breakout's really tricky. It's very low volume and it's having a hard time breaking out. This could fall back, right? And if it does, it could then fail. So that's why I said you want to be really careful trying to play that bounce. Spy's also at its VWAP, also at VWAP at this test. Yeah, I know. I have Spy open on my other screen. This is a little more encouraging. But yeah, that's here, I'll show you where you're looking. So the long side buy trigger would be right here at the test. And then you'd put your stop here at like 36.67. If you were potentially day trading this. So yeah, this would be the buy, and then the trigger would, you would set your stop at $2 range to the downside. That way, if it rejects, right, and there's a sell-off at 36.70, you get stopped out on the pullback. And then if volume picks up and it breaks out, you profit. Hey, look at us. Is anybody not having Discord audio issues? Oh, Dave, you called me. What's up, man? It's 99% there already. Yeah, Discord's a dumpster fire today. Okay. Hey, look, it broke out. How big of a signing bonus should I ask for based on salary? 10% of my salary, 20%, etc., etc. I don't know what you do. I think, wouldn't that be like kind of industry specific? As far as I know, you just design market indicators based on levels of friendship. I'll reset the audio on Discord. I don't know if it'll help, but all right. How much of the fundamentals you're teaching us right now would you say initially came from books you've recommended or experience over time? Some blend of both. I mean, I've read all the books I've recommended, obviously, but a blend of both. Like, I don't necessarily agree with everything in the books I recommend. I just think they're a good starting point. Oh, it's just pigeon whales buying fucking shares in after hours. I have some PMCCs on Goog, bought Jan 2099C, sold November 18 105C. I'm up about 10%. I'm thinking of exiting the trade this week as we start to run up close to 105 as it's my max gain. Good idea? Yeah, I mean, probably. You could take profits on that. You could, yeah, I think the upside risk is kind of high, so I'd probably consider taking profits at some point. Because you don't want to blow up your leaps, right? Or just roll up the strike, right? I would be a little bit afraid of earnings and stuff, though. So maybe there'd be a better time to sell those calls with earnings coming up. Google's earnings isn't that far out, right? Yeah, the 25th. So I would probably wait till earnings before moving back into like more PMCCs. It's hilarious how few trades can move at 8%. I know. It's very, very illiquid. Even more so in after hours, right? I saw some guy get sucker punched and jumped at a local bar. I didn't know the guy, so I didn't step in. Right call? I don't know. Probably. You don't want to go to jail for fighting with some stranger. Recovery looks a little stronger now. Yeah, this is better. I'm not buying any more Revlon at this point. Any opinions on Schlumberger as a possibly better alternative to Halliburton? It could be a better alternative, but it may not be. I don't necessarily agree that it's a better alternative, but if I was buying heavily into that sector, I might consider a split. I still like Halliburton a little better. I mean, the best thing you could do in that situation is probably just like tell the police what happened. Are intraday SPX straddles or strangles viable and volatile chop? Not really. Like you could, but they're not great. Larger moves happen overnight. I spent a big part of the weekend looking into like how much the US can near term increase oil production. Um I think we're gonna have to. So it can be done. I opened an SPX Strangle this morning at open and the call side went 300%. I mean, I'm not saying it can't be done, and you're doing it right at market open too, which is, I mean, you got lucky, right? The market surged really hard at open today. That's not always going to be the case, though, right? Statistically, intraday movements are much smaller than overnight ones. So straddles and strangles benefit from being held overnight more so than intraday. Intraday, I'd probably be more inclined to sell strangles, but not with volatility as high as it is right now. I usually buy theta because if you buy zero DTEs and the move isn't very big overnight, you can get burned on the theta. So it's better to have at least slightly farther dated options, like 3 to 5 or 7 DTE. Um, because yeah, you don't want to get burned on the overnight theta. Zero DTE, or you can do it, but you need a big move. And also you take a bigger hit on your losing leg. Oh, I know it takes years to upgrade and longer to build new pumps and refineries. I'm not worried so much about the refining. I'm more worried about crude extraction. But I just want to. I mean, I'm more interested in finding the company that's going to benefit most from increased demand on extraction, right? Any tips for transition from day trading to swing trading like you do? Um, I mean, I kind of got forced into it because of the stream. Um, it takes a little practice to buy theta, but once you get comfortable buying theta and confirming longer term trends, I think swing trading is a lot more profitable, even if it is more expensive. Too late to enter puts on biodiversity. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's reconfirmed that 3670 level. It's looking good. I still don't know if we're going to see 3700 sell off though. I mean, that's the key breakpoint, right? Also, how many of those, like a lot of those 3700 positions are institutional, and I expect that they have similar expectations for SLD that we do and have no intention of closing their in the money puts until like this Friday. Will we ever break 2650? I mean, not if they have a say over it, right? They'll just buy puts. Like we'll move up to test the flip point, and they'll buy a bunch of puts and push us back down. Unless those in the money puts in the supplemental liquidity that they've got to dump. Ooh, like October? Yeah, October was interesting, but unlikely. Unlikely that we're gonna see that again in a bear market. So I'm confused. Is XRT still in a forced closing process to get off the threshold list? Yeah. Listen, anytime you have an ETF that is on threshold, it has been put there intentionally by the authorized participants. It's on accident. It happened on purpose. There's no reason for an ETF to fail an aggregate of more than 0.05% of their shares outstanding or 10,000 a day for 5 consecutive days. Nowhere in the efficient market process should that occur. And so, if that's the case, which it is, um, all ETFs on Reg Show are on Reg Show due to over leveraged positioning. over leveraged positioning and an intention to skirt the mandatory audits provided by whatever index they track in order to get on the SEC's reg show audit, which is not as complete. Dealer markups are also dropping. Interesting. Sounds like a loophole that should be closed. Probably. By the way, OG, now would be where, if it's going to pick up strength, it picks up a lot of it. So a bounce above here would be what you're looking for in the higher range. So all I heard was ETFs equal crime, but on the low. I mean, it's not crime. They're allowed to do it. Then I have to warn you, we're in trouble with refining crude to produce within the next decade. Heavily and short on manpower as is. We also need to update our power grid too. Puts on the future. I mean, yeah, definitely bearish long term on all things future. But in the meantime, you know, we can only take it one day at a time. I think that, I mean, obviously the government, if necessary, is going to come in and massively subsidize, right? Allowed to do it in the sense that no one's thought to outlaw obvious abuse. No, allowed to do it in that it keeps markets more efficient by allowing it than if they were to ban it. You would have more volatile markets if they were to ban the abuses of liquidity. You know, the SEC has a lot of goals, and one of them is to make the markets attractive for investors. Investors don't like volatile markets. It sounds like a taxpayer burden to me. Sort of, more like a, well, oh, for oil, yeah. It should be crime. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Like, we view it that way. But I don't think from you know, a clearinghouse or exchange point of view uh that it should be. I think we as individual investors view it as immoral and unjust abuse of liquidity. But I think exchanges and clearinghouses and market makers view it as a necessity. No, it's crime shill. Brokerages should fear for their solvency daily. I mean, it's part of the cost of having a strong financial market, right? It's unfortunate, but it's true. At least in the structure of our current market, it is part of the cost. Is that big volume on SPY sell volume? I mean, we have a rejection at 2680. We'll see if it recovers. If it doesn't, you know, there may not have been enough capitulation at 2670 to support the falling price. We'll see. I mean, this range, I was talking to OG about this. This range is very important, right? Between like 3675 and 3680. If it holds this range, then it can really move up on the next leg. It looks stable for now. If it fails the 36.75, then obviously, you know, there's some risk. Blah, blah, blah. Excuses for ripping off investors. I mean, investors are always going to get ripped off. That's how capitalism works. The more money you have, the more advantages you get. That is capitalism. It's the essence of it. That's what creates the motivation for getting more money. But the problem is that individual investors don't get access to these practices and as such are negatively affected by this. I mean, are they? Fubo, Upstart, GME, BBBY. It seems like an informed retail investor could take advantage of it. With publicly available data. Shit. I know. I'm a shill. Even covered calls, right? You know, it's. So I disagree on that front also. Someone like dumb fuck pumping money into their 401k every week. Sure. Yeah, they get taken advantage of. But they also don't actively manage their positions. I mean, I'm not trying to offend anyone in here, but, you know, if you're pumping 10% of your paycheck every week into a falling market, maybe you should reconsider that strategy. Yeah, Ken Griffin's not broke, not even close. When do we think fertilizer companies will start picking up again? Late winter, probably. Any continuation of any news of uh, longer continuation in the Ukraine war, especially if, you know, it looks like things are going to draw out for months and months. I think it already looks that way, but there's still a lot of hopefuls. I mean, it's up to you, Deaf Man. Not that you would stop contributing to your 401k until the market recovers, right? But you would generally stop contributing until the market finds a bottom. Can you? I already restarted the Discord. It's just Discord. I think Discord servers are having issues. Some people are having audio issues. Some people aren't. Um, it's probably regional. Isn't the accessibility of that data and the inaccessibility to acquire the knowledge required to take advantage of that situation? But that's a separate, deeper societal issue. Yeah, I mean, that has to do with like basic education and stuff and people's unwillingness to read a book. I mean, you could read options as a strategic investment and make, you know, probably more money than you could at a minimum wage job for the rest of your life. But, you know, people don't want to do that, right? That sounds hard or difficult and you know, that's the barrier. People don't want to invest for 30 years and go to retire in uncertainty. We aren't talking about the bull bear market trends over decades, but constant swings weekly because of volatility. I don't know what you're getting at. What's your point, Zach? Are any employers matching in this market? Point is SPX breaking out. Yep. You still got a big pile of 3800s like me, OG? Yep, you're not wrong, Dagonoth. To be fair, I came from a wealthy family and had a good education, and I didn't even know options existed until you told me about them. Oh, it's not based on, wealth. It's just something left out of our education system. Even at, the professional university level. Uh Universities teach you how to manage money, right? But they don't teach you how to make money. And you learn to make money at a hedge fund. It's a big difference. There's a reason, those walls are put in place. How many people will be able to grasp the concepts of options as a strategic investment? I'd guess very few. I think it's more than very few. I'd say anybody of average intelligence could figure it out. Obviously, people of above average intelligence will do better. But you don't need to be a fucking genius to sell covered calls. Still have the November 3800s. I picked up a chunk of 3750s this Friday last week as well. Ooh, greedy. I like that you didn't go with 3700, the much safer strike. Yeah, I agree. Financial literacy should be taught. No, not financial literacy. Market literacy should be taught in high school at the high school level. You don't need to know options. Options help a lot. You need to know valuation, and it's really ironic that our entire country is built on the backbone of corporate wealth. And it's by far the fastest facilitator of personal wealth. And you could get 100 random people from anywhere in the country, and none of them will know how to evaluate a company. Like, the odds of one of them knowing how to value a company is very, very small. And even just that step, learning to read a company's financial reports, eludes the vast majority of retail investors. They just buy shit they like. They're like, oh, I'll buy Tesla. I like it. I'll buy Google. It sounds like they do really well, right? But they're not in on things before they do really well, right? They're not looking at like emergent growth opportunities, generally speaking. And even if they were, they wouldn't know how to evaluate them to determine the potential success of that investment, right? Did you struggle to hold cash initially? I'm never really been big on holding cash. Are you talking about like saving up so I had money to trade? No, not really. It was, a goal. I'm pretty good with trying to meet those. Women especially need financial and market education. I agree. I mean, it's pretty bleak across both genders, but it's I would say that the disparity is even worse for women. Girk, I don't know how to do any of that still. It's okay. At least you're trying to learn, right? Start with securities analysis and the intelligent investor, Greg. It's a good place to start. Graham was right about a lot of things. I love the movie The Fifth Element. How do I know if I have above average intelligence? I don't know. Have you ever been flabbergasted at people's inability to understand something that seems extremely simple to you? Yeah, I know BMG. That's why do you think I do this, man? How do you think Jimmy plays out over the next 6 months? I mean, could see some price improvement with SG&A dropping and slightly better earnings. If earnings move positive, that'll be really good. A reevaluation, ideally, before they dump more equity to get capital for another growth round would be great. I pass gas at people all the time. Dirk just summarized his whole stream experience. Uh, I don't think having the most up to date version of securities analysis is that important. Don't forget that it's a very widely published book and that there are probably PDFs or something that one could find on the internet that do not have a cost, right? That's the beauty of the internet, is lots of information can be found for free. The sad part about the internet is giving every asshole with an idea or an opinion a platform from which to preach it. But hey, here I am on my platform, so I guess I don't have a lot of room to talk. Why is everyone making so much sense today? This isn't why I tune in on Monday mornings. Well, after I spilled my coffee on my computer and we talked about centaur taints, we moved on to more important topics. We got it out of the way early. I take a lot of solace in the fact that the people that I found that are definitely more intelligent than me are all kind of crazy. So I feel like I'm a little crazy too, but I haven't gone full nut job, and that's nice. The most important thing I learned in college is how to get free DFs. Saved close to 2 grand in expenses that way. Yeah, college books are a fucking ripoff. Can you tell me that my $4 Fubo CCs are safe this week? I mean, they're in the money. To be fair, I've sold $4 Fubo calls and the weeks ended slightly above $4 and I didn't get assigned. You know what happens if you get assigned at $4 though, Natty? You just buy it back at like 380 or 390. The things we look at on option strats say otherwise. Quiet. We don't talk about our option strat sessions. No, Kanye West isn't a genius. He's just crazy. Sometimes it's hard to differentiate between the two. Don't squanch my squart. I knew I couldn't trust you ever since Super Stonk told me you were a shill. I've been watching you for a few months already. I had to be sure. So I subscribed to Zillionaire. And sure enough, you take my money every month. Yep. Get wrecked. Neurodiverse is the politically correct term. Sure. Gert, can you tell me I'll grow another 3 inches so I can finally be 5 feet tall and also 3 inches on my Jimmy so it doesn't look like a belly button anymore? I can't promise that, Kendra, but according to your wife, she still loves you either way. Kanye's not selling his soul for money because he already got paid for it. He's not afraid to tell his opinion because he's already rich. There we go. 3680 gave up. That's called fuck you money. Thoughts on SPXA up, down, sideways? I mean, it looks good for improvement into the afternoon. It was a really nice, stable recovery after this morning's like insane upside. So I think we look good to put some pressure on the 3,700 puts. I don't know if we'll break them. They're pretty strong, but at least pressure is better than just the long side fully capitulating to them and us failing back to like 3,600, right? Which will probably happen later in the week. Where do I find said fuck you money? I don't know, make it? I don't know what you're talking about, Gilgamesh Doug Dimmadil. I like his early music. His new shit's just weird. But a lot of his early stuff was really good. I'm not judging him based on his musical ability. I'm separating the art from the artist. The artist is a nut job. The art's fine. No, I have excuse me, I think you might be incorrect money. Um I don't have fuck you money. Fuck you money is like more than 100 million. Like, you need enough money to be able to ruin someone's life if they slight you. Any others? Intelligent Investors, good. Anthony W. Yeah, you can get some textbooks on economics, specifically macroeconomics. Get a better understanding of central banks. It's pretty important. When you feel bad about your relationship status, remember that Kendra has been married for 5 years and feel worse. I mean, every day with Kendra is probably an adventure, right? I feel like those are the kind of people that can help sustain a relationship rather than having it break down over things like boredom. I'm sorry, sir, it won't happen again, money. I mean, most of the research I do is like academic papers that are, published on the market. The market macroeconomics, market plumbing, hedging risk. Fuck you money is the kind of money that if you're being sued for $2 million, you'll spend $10 million to fight the lawsuit because fuck you, that's why. That's the best way to understand what fuck you money is. Yeah, it's a pretty good breakdown. Ooh, spy failed. Rough. Long side sell off, probably. Reinforced by the net negative hedge. So you have like a lot of long build up here, right? Like over this period. And then, you know, longs capitulate and then the market makers selling into falling price action. So you get very sharp downsides. But it could recover. You know, a lot of this buildup was more stable than this. I wonder. Oh, it's like a driver issue. Huh. I don't have a neck tattoo. I'm in a room where a guy said, I'd rather pay you 500K than pay him 50. I hadn't even gone to school at the time, and even the lawyer I worked for was taken aback by that. Yeah. Dell makes pretty good monitors. I think better quality than Samsung. I forget who provides their display panels, but I actually like ViewSonic and BenQ a lot better. And you might be able to get better deals on them too because they're a little less mainstream popular. Why does GME track SPY if it's heavily internalized? I mean, it's not, right? The SPY bounced and GME is stagnating. GME's correlation to the SPY is through active fund trading, much of which is internalized. In order to prevent near-term volatility. Also, when GME has a net negative gamma hedge, it has a stronger beta. So its beta moves up when it has a net negative hedge because it's even more influenced by active fund trading because the market maker is hedging directionally, buying into rising prices, selling into falling prices. We've talked about this a bunch. My wife says I'm a strong beta. Congratulations, Q Blackbeard. How you been, man? I haven't seen you in a little while. Yeah, BenQ makes good monitors. I've never had an LG monitor. But I'd imagine they're pretty good. I know they're developing or they're putting out OLED monitors, and I'm kind of interested in that. I worry there'll be a lot of input lag though, because of the post processing. Oh shit! One sec. Hmm. Thanks, Kirk. You're a real one. A special shout out to anybody struggling for whatever reason. Better times will come. I'm drunk, but in my defense, it's 6 p.m. here. Thank you so much, Teaspoon. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is breaking down. I would set some stops probably at like 3670, maybe 3672. Nope, that's not working. LG OLED monitors are excellent. Input lag's not an issue. That's what I think I want to upgrade to. Well, I don't know if I'll go with LG, but I kind of want to get some OLED monitors. And if you're using Windows, 2 monitors is a lot easier than a double wide. LG TV an option instead of a monitor? TVs usually have really bad input lag because they have so much like motion smoothing and stuff. There's a lot of post processing. Um, there's a few that are better than others, but it's one of the reasons like gaming on TVs isn't that great. It depends on what game you're playing, I guess. Everyone needs to stop talking about Fubo squeezing to 100. It's struggling to hold $4, okay? Response times doesn't have anything to do with input lag. Those are separate conditions. It's drastically reduced, but it's still really bad. Like there's very few TVs with like 1 millisecond input lag. If any, I don't think. I think like the last time I was looking into it, the fastest one I found was like 14 milliseconds, and uh that was with like the gaming mode turned on. Like low latency mode with the gaming mode turned on. Back when there were plasma TVs, those had really low input lag. But who was it? Samsung stopped making, Panasonic stopped making them. I would kill for a plasma TV again. I don't use iPhones. I don't buy any Apple products. I don't know. Who uses Yahoo Finance to track stocks live? Dude, when I used to play Street Fighter all the time, I got I used to get Sony Trinitron TVs to play on because yeah, the input lag was phenomenal. Plasmas were close though. Plasmas were like 1 frame off. Um and CRTs were like frame perfect. So you have Apple. I was at the store today and their monitors are $1,500 and they're only 60 hertz. Yeah, my problem with Apple is I think they overcharge for inferior products. All of Apple's draws its like user interface, right? And like its connectivity with other Apple devices. Colt, yeah. But I don't think Apple makes any product that is superior to anybody else's. They currently have the best phone hardware. I doubt it, and if they do, it'll only be for like one generation. I like their stock. I just don't like their products. That's on Macy's. I'm back to even and wondering if I just should just get out and move on to other plays or be patient for some more upside. I mean, I would say probably patience is better, especially if you're already paid for the theta required to be patient. Are there other opportunities? Sure, but you chose that one for a reason, I assume. I'm moving my IRA from Schwab to WeBull. That's a first. You don't like that stress test? Apple Silicon is superior to any consumer chip on the market. I think AMD would beg to differ. In their phones or their like computers, like with CPUs in their phones, or like their mobile platform maybe, but I don't think that's true of their computers. DDS is looking nice. It's okay. Since they're set up for an October NOPEX. Who said that? No, I won't be selling covered calls into OPEX. You think the spy test 3800 this week, SPX? If it doesn't do it by tomorrow, probably not. I mean, Webull's pretty payment for order flow heavy, but the commissions might be cheaper. Pretty sure the Ryzen 9 outperforms the Apple chip in like almost every benchmark, right? Maybe not like Geekbench, but it definitely outperforms it in Cinebench. Like by a lot. So it has better what memory, like multi-core memory bus. So like better caching. A 7 watt versus 95 watt. Yeah, but they're not making them for servers, right? Interesting. I know the M1's a good chip. They're about to run into a shitload of production issues with it, though, right? Did you end up buying some Netflix calls, or are you still waiting? I have bull put spreads. With V sitting right below 190, will you hold your position through SLD or bail on it to take gains? I mean, my position's for November, so I'm probably going to hold. If SPX gets through 3,700 today, does it test 3,750? I mean, that'll depend on if 3,700 institutional puts capitulate or not, right? That's a big if. Because they may not. They may just continue to hold through the end of the week. Yeah, like they don't care if they're slightly out of the money for a little bit, right? You really got to put some pressure on those, because most of that positioning is, you know, hedging of larger positioning, right? I found out I'm lactose intolerant. Is my life over? Maybe. I don't know. How much do you enjoy dairy products? Trying to time my out on these 3750s. Well, the recovery here looks good. I think a test of 3,700 today isn't out of the question. What is SLD? FINRA Supplemental Liquidity Deposit Period. Goes from this Wednesday through opening bell Monday at market open. However, the sell-off of equities in order to meet their deposits can occur at any time in and around this period. We just know the point at which they are no longer going to sell off equities, and that's after the deposit period is closed. But they can sell off before Wednesday. They can sell off. They could have sold off already with the market dropping last week. Obviously, they like to time the highs, like the local high is ideal because they want to get as much money for their long positioning that they're selling off as possible. So generally on SLD weeks, at some point we'll see a peak. Hold on, I've got to draw with this fucking thing again. At some point we'll see a peak. And usually they choose that peak to sell. Now that peak can fall on Monday, it can fall on Tuesday, it can even happen on Wednesday, right? And then usually we'll see like a sharp downward trend, like 200 to 300 BPS. And then, you know, then the market will begin to recover as they start to leverage new positions. SLD consist of pulling short positions to make deposits. Probably, but why would you pull short positions to make deposits in a bear market? Like it's happened. It happened in last October, but it's only happened once. Ape is acting weird. I don't know if there's a lot of money to be made on the deleveraging of the arbitrage play there. Maybe a little bit, but probably not a lot. You should probably check your DMs. What do you got? Ooh, fuck. That's exciting. Ooh, FTD data. Oh, Fubo FTDs are pretty high for September. GMEs are back up. That's encouraging for September OPEX. That looks good for November ETF FTDs. Failures on GME are at all-time lows, though, directly. Man, Fubo FTDs are real nice. Revlon, meh. Upstart. Upstart looks really good into the end of the month. Ooh, they had a couple days here on the 29th and 30th where they almost got it off Reg Show for a second there. It's like every time the market surges, they get trapped. Yeah, BBY ETF FTDs look pretty high for that period also. The problem is, maybe. Doesn't look terrible. That'll be good for people still holding on to BBBY if they get like a little pop in early November. The only problem I have with that is R2K is so diverse that like the fails in ETFs may not be directly on BBBY because the BBBY actual fails look very, very low. Very, very low. Jesus. I'm just looking at the ETF FTDs. I'm sure Atomic's posting them in the Discord. Usually does. Does getting an ETF off Reg Show create obligations? I mean, it clears them. It could create obligations in the underlying if the reason it went on Reg Show was to dodge locate requirements. I did not say November BBBY calls. I don't like it, but the failures are a little higher for 2 of the days following September OPEX. That doesn't mean like with when you're dealing with Russell 2000, it's a little less reliable. I think Russell 2000 overall just fails at a higher rate. It's a fine little pop. I don't know. Maybe a move up to like. It's hard to say right now because it's too far out, but I would say, depending on what BBBY is trading at the time, I really don't even want to encourage that because it still doesn't look very good. But what's Gamma Max? I doubt it would hit Gamma Max. So somewhere between like 560, 623 and $11 and $12. Uh maybe like 10. I mean obviously I have to wait for positioning at the time. V dead from FTC scrutiny news. Did I get stopped out on it? No. I'm pretty sure Visa's always under FTC scrutiny, but Go to Dorkshare. Oh, he's just showing me some stuff about Fubo options. People are trading a lot of them. Yeah, fail to volume ratio on Upstart's very compelling. Upstart has a lot of insider ownership, which is interesting. Does Wall Street Bets have any FOMO stock right now? What are you looking for, something to short? Look at SPY fails. Yeah, they're huge. I know. But we don't use SPY to measure FTDs. I don't think on anything. Yeah, stopped out of V. Oh well. I didn't think I had it that tight. That kind of pisses me off. Nerve dead? I mean, I don't know. I don't care about it. I wasn't playing it. Oh no, Visa and MasterCard limiting competition? Sounds bullish as fuck. Maybe I'll just buy back into V. I'll wait. I'll wait for it to calm down. Spy's not going on Reg Show. Have you ever opened a position and saw the price of the stock change at all because of it? Yeah. I mean, ideally, you don't want that, but I have. Have you touched on the Chinese government and definitely suspending the release of their GDP numbers yet? What you don't know is bullish. When do you think is the earliest we'll hear about the decision on the Rev hearing? I have no idea, man. Probably the next few weeks. Could be longer, might be less. One of the two drugs Nerve was developing was refused approval by the FDA. That's not what I heard. I heard they retracted their Nerve retracted their I think it was like their agreement to test it or something. The company received a refusal to file letter from the FDA. If China is a Credit Suisse event, then how will that affect the USA? Surge in US markets, like how those Chinese stocks were getting dumped and dumped so people could get money out of China? Probably, yeah. If, investors lose confidence in the Chinese markets, they'll move their capital allocations to places where they feel safer. I know it won't happen, but in a magical world, what if SPY reg show? I mean, reg show on an ETF doesn't mean anything, right? It would highlight to a very large portion of the population the abuse of liquidity mechanisms in ETFs, but or it would just largely go unnoticed. You think the market can recover in the afternoon? Yeah, I still think it looks pretty stable. I mean, can I use rosemary instead of thyme in French onion soup? How dare you? The bulls are very skittish, OG rules. They're skittish and afraid, and they're taking profits. I know I am. Like I've been trying to take profits on the peaks every day because I don't trust this fucking market at all. Apparently, why do people care about Nerve? Why are people buying that garbage? It was like an FTD play, and the FTDs were over last week. So there are people still in it? Is someone playing like the long term play? What the fuck is going on with V? They're getting probed. They're getting probed by the FTC. Ah, I feel like I'm getting a lot of nerve questions today. If you wanted to make money on it, last week was the week, but it didn't have options, so I didn't care about it. If you're still holding it after the FTD period is over, silly. Very, very silly. I never thought I'd be jealous of V. When do I get probed? I don't know. Have you tried limiting the competition in the dumpster space unethically? The FTC won't let V be, so let me be and get to SLT. Nice. Mike Myers dies in every Halloween movie because they're awful. Horror movies are trash. You're not a horror movie trash, Dan. I really want to go like buy back into Visa right now. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it. I don't care. Visa doesn't care about the government. Thoughts on Cabin in the Woods? Artsy horror films aren't better than shitty horror films. They're just artsy. Like, oh, psychological thriller. But it's got all the same like thematic elements. People that like watching wrestling also like horror movies. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I can't imagine a life so boring that I would find horror movies entertaining. One second, guys. SPX is picking up some serious volatility, huh? We're gonna have the horror movie discussion again. Fifth Element was not a horror movie. Sci-fi. What about SPX made it a descending wedge versus an ascending wedge from open today? You mean this? Well, the giant gap up. It's just forming another one, so it's like slow upside price realization. Like I said, the bulls are skittish. So you see bulls like taking advantage of breakout opportunities and capitulating very quickly instead of like building up longer positions and holding through. So you're just getting a series of slightly higher valuation. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Yeah. The original. My favorite horror movie is The Notebook. Fitting. If you could make an ETF, what would you make? I don't know. I would probably just buy up all the really low liquidity stocks. I would call the ETF Squart, and then I would lend all those extremely high borrow rate shares out and use that to pay my dividend. So I would just become the liquidity provider for everything illiquid. Sorry, guys. That's just like my ETF. Yeah, and then if hedge funds slight me, I'll cut them off their liquidity. It's genius, really. I'm for sure going to be one of the managers of this ETF. All right. Are you gonna buy SPX puts for SLD? Maybe. I'll probably just keep buying straddles though, to be honest. Oh no, XRT is very focused on retail, right? There's so many more like illiquid stocks besides just retail. Upstart getting cheaper to buy in. Is it? I'm really glad I bought these V calls. Let's see. A little bit. I mean, they're trying to drop the price with every market downturn as much as they feasibly can. No, I wouldn't, Stefan. My favorite movie is The Lake House. Is that the one where Sandra Bullock receives letters from former John Cusack in the past? If I was getting into Visa now, would you rather have 190s for November or December? Probably November. I just bought some weekly 185s. I got stopped out of my November Visa calls. So I'll have to wait for like a real dip to buy back into those. Bull trap after bull trap after bear trap after bull trap after bear trap. I mean, for day traders, this is a terrible time to attempt to time the market, right? The hedge is really volatile. As the hedge gets close, remember that example that I gave everyone a long time ago in the Discord OG about how like gamma expands as it approaches expiration. So you're seeing the gamma risk of these put positions expand as we approach that 21st expiration. And so hedging is becoming more and more volatile. It's fun, but yeah, I wouldn't try to necessarily like day trade technical levels right now. If you do very, very tight stops, right? Is there a chance for a GME run considering XRT is on Reg Show? XRT being on Reg Show has nothing to do with GME running. It probably has a lot to do with GME not running. 666 likes, demonish. Get those likes up, guys. What the fuck? I sit here all day teaching you how to lose money. Howdy, Gook. Thanks for all the knowledge bombs and laughs. Glad coffee didn't fry the CPU. Yeah, me too. I didn't want to spend another $4,000 on a computer today. Thanks, Bruce Wayne. Is MOASS even possible still? Define MOASS. No, not really. I mean, it never was, technically. It probably was never truly possible. Uh, the chances of us moving up to like 400, 480 again, maybe 5 or 6 in June were there, but the share offering killed that. Um, and then, yeah, with the And then in February, with the reduced demand on margin for volatility positions, I would say it's even more likely to see uh, price increases of that magnitude again. So don't get me wrong, GameStop could still do like 100% run. That's still very possible. So there's still a lot of profit potential in GameStop. It's just not we're probably not likely to see like a squeeze, especially after the split. I mean that really takes it off the table. I think the confusion there is if GME ran while XRT was on Reg Show, it could run even better. But that doesn't XRT being on Reg Show would cause GME run or make it more likely. I mean, XRT being on Reg Show is more of a symptom of them using XRT to obtain liquidity and then not wanting to report the obtaining of that liquidity. So they put it on Reg Show so they could report something else to someone else for a period of time until they can clear up the loose ends. How is $400 not MOASS? I've frequently thought about just referring to the January price movement as MOASS. Every day I come a little closer to wanting to say that. Like I'll just pull up the chart of GME and circle January and be like, well, back here when MOASS happened. Rev to 400, very unlikely. Dearest Pi-Fi, what is your upside price target on Visa before SLD? I don't know. I just think it'll climb back up after the drop. If the market continues to move up, it'll get dragged up. I have I just bought weekly 185, so my stops are pretty close. Any good news since I'm holding Rev, GME, and Upstart? I mean, they all continuously have very high volatility, and Revlon, GME, and Upstart are all kind of different plays. They have similarities, but they're all very different. Yeah, still bullish on Rev. Just gotta wait for the news. I remember you had a few old clips about how retail can unlock the value in short positions that are buried in swaps. Yeah, if retail really pumped up the options chain, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen again, right? That was all part of what created the Black Swan event in the first place. And retail doesn't seem very interested in buying options. They're of the opinion that DRS is going to lead to price improvement, which I fundamentally disagree with. When Fubo squeeze, I mean the short interest is there. Except the shorts are winning on Fubo. Yeah, most of the shorts aren't at $4; they're at like 20. Wasn't the play waiting for the shorts to cover? They do roughly every quarter. What's short interest like on Upstart? I think it's like in the mid 20% range. What's up, popcorn trader? Hold on. Why is your name gray? Betrayal. It's gotta be an imposter, right? I'm just gonna assume it's an imposter. Velvet's always paper handing his fucking membership. My credit card was stolen. Oh no. Tell him to overnight that shit to you. Cat seems to want to get above my PT of 185, but every time it gets close, it's rejected. I have November calls. Do we see a chance of it breaking above that in the next week or so, or no? Yeah, there'll probably be another entry opportunity in the next week or so too. Keep doing your wizardry, Gurk. Not sure how 18 months happened, but it's been way more profitable in the past 9 than the first 9. Cheers, mate. Thanks, True State. Appreciate it, man. Did the gamma hedge flip yet? How far above gamma and neutral? It's the gamma flip point's roughly where delta and neutral is. And they can skew it, so it kind of, it's good to know when we're putting pressure on it, but it's more likely that we'll just be rejected at that point than we'll break out. My comments are being suppressed. I don't think so. I just read it. I read that comment at least. When Fubo covered calls, I don't know. I don't really want the $4 per 100 shares. I did it, Gilgamesh. Sorry, Girk, my credit card was stolen too. Not changing my name though, or the color of my name. Thank you, Dave of the Pigeonwell Daves. So Rev dead or what? No, still waiting. It isn't Rev up today? Yeah, Rev's up 3% today. It's doing okay. Nothing wrong here. I don't know. I don't watch the ticker. I was just wondering. Rev a waiting game? Pretty much. Yeah, I think it's just a waiting game at this point. Thoughts on Tesla earnings? Well, they rarely disappoint. But I'm not fucking playing them. What's the bear case with Rev staying listed and ETFs buying back in? I think they can halt buying momentum with the added liquidity of ETFs to short. Possibly. Yeah. But institutions may buy into Revlon if they manage to stay listed. Grow some chops with me? I don't know. I don't really want to talk to you now that you're not a pigeon whale. I'll confer with your wife. Emergency exit. Fucking paper hand. You paper hand your pigeon whale status more than anyone I've ever met. And you just do it so I'll shame you publicly. Because it turns you on. When I say anything about buying Fubo Leaps, my messages don't appear. Weird. You just said something about buying Fubo Leaps, and your message is right there. Fubo options chain looking nice for a grandma ramp. Don't kink shame the shame kink. I'm looking for my gift recipient in chat. Do you think you're just gonna be best friends with him now? Now that you've gifted him Cornichon? Maybe they just wait for like the active moderator to fall off before posting. No, I want to take it back and give it to Popcorn Trader. It doesn't work like that. Don't worry, Popcorn Trader will probably get swept up in the next round of Bithead's bullishness on Cornichons. Is there ability to use ETFs to short instantaneous? Yep. Should be. At most it'd be the following day, but they'll probably buy through like dark pool orders and after hours anyway. He's trying to give you a Cornichon. Yeah, no problem, man. I stand for Fluffy. Thank you so much. I stand for Fluffy. And congratulations, Mark Scarlett, for picking up that free Cornichon membership, man. Welcome aboard. Are the ETFs that would buy Vecchi the shady ones, though? Of course, they're all shady. Whoever hits Popcorn Trader gets a free stuffed J-Fresh. There's no free... Like, there's no such thing as a free stuffed J-Fresh, if you catch my drift. My Dillionaire auto-renewed after the end of the membership stream yesterday. Can I get a song today instead, please? Sure, man. Higher low is good. It's Terran. I don't know if this is a new song. I've played it before. Actually, the world currency, the global reserve currency in the future, Jimbo Slice, is going to be tiny vials that Kendro has made white in and stores in a freezer in his garage. As nuclear war and non-degrading chemicals ruin man's fertility, those will be all that's left because his refrigerator in his garage is from the 1950s and lined with lead. I'm gonna be rich, baby. You know it, Kendra. Yep. China has taken an economic reporting policy of we're not telling. And I like it. I think the world could do with a bit more of that. This is the equivalent of telling your mom and dad they didn't hand out report cards this year when they asked to see yours. Yeah. Is it a good time for spy pits for SLD? You could DCA into a few. I'd probably wait though. Was the whole Evergrande situation just a nothing burger? I mean, not if you were a Chinese citizen and have all of your wealth tied up in your home equity that's now trapped there indefinitely. Are you out here shilling Chinese propaganda? I mean, I'm doing my best. Why did RC do this to Upstart? Why are people so panicked about $2 price fluctuations in a stock that's not only on reg show, but is continuing to fail a massive amount of its volume every day? Like, don't talk to me about Upstart till it's $30 or under 20. It's a red candle. Are you concerned with the Upstart bar rate dropping? No. I'll tell you why. They have no thing. Silly. Am I still bullish on bulls? Yeah, I mean, food's like a good investment. I don't know how edible bulls are, but you need them to make more cows. Yeah, there's a 13% yield on Upstart November 18 $20 calls. I don't know about you guys, but I like money. That's a 32 DTE 30 12 13% return on capital. I just went outside since people say you should do that occasionally. But alas, there were no trading screens, so I didn't know what to do. So here I am again. Welcome to my existence. Have you looked at the OI on in the money puts for FUBO from November out? No? Is it exceptionally high? In the money puts. Oh, at $4? At the money? I feel like at the money would be more accurate. Ooh. Upstart calls are cheap as fuck right now. A lot of January puts. Interesting. Upstart's still up on the day. What the fuck? I'm up on the Visa calls I just bought. What do you... What's up, man? It's the pickle jar doing synthetic longs? Maybe. How much theta are you buying for Upstart? I have November, December, and January calls. Rev might just halt when the news hits. How likely for Upstart to do a share offering, dilute the stock, and create liquidity? Well, given that they have a share buyback that's incomplete on the table, pretty unlikely. What's a realistic PT for Upstart? I don't know. Delta neutral is pretty high. Gamma max is even higher. Let's see. Hmm. Delta neutral is at 30. Gamma max is at 65.89. When you mentioned how cheap Upstart calls were, I was literally buying calls because I saw how saw they were so cheap. Nice. I'm worried they're going to continue shorting Upstart indefinitely. Market and bad news driving it down further, and then it runs from $5 to $20, and that will be it. Possible. They weren't able to get it below 20 on, you know, a 1,000 basis point drop on the SPX, though. And remember, all the shorting they're doing right now is synthetic. If anyone looking for a cool little gift for someone, check out Pyro Pets candles with little metal skeletons in them. Oh, that's not really weird. Why is your Rev PT $12 when Perelman isn't incentivized to sell under 20 and they can't release shares until over 30? Do you think once it starts going back into ETFs, they will use that to short? Of course they will. Mostly because I don't care. It's a volatility play. I'm not in it for a squeeze to the moon. I have shares. If it does, awesome. I'll make money. But I'm more than happy picking up 400 or 500% returns, right? How close to the money are you buying Upstart calls for? My closest strike is 30. So I have 30, 35s, 40s, 45s, 50s, and 60s. What would the Upstart bear thesis be for so many bears to pile on it? Well, I mean, it was dramatically overvalued last year at $400. Now I think they've just overcrowded the position. Got greedy. It happens. Let's say Rev News breaks and it starts to run hard. What's our get out signal? Whatever you want it to be? I mean, what do you get out? There's no get out signal. That's not like your fucking chart is gonna just start flashing take profits now. I mean, obviously, take profits, follow the trend. I don't have a thick pen. My tablet's malfunctioning. But bears shorting at 400 are virtually unsqueezable now, are they? In the wise words of DFV, all shorts are future buyers. I have Jan 50s and 60s. December, my strike tops out at 45. November 30s and 35s. SPY consolidating for an upside move. Or what is the rest of the outlook for the day? Still a hard ceiling at 3,700. Fuck that. A hard ceiling at 3,700, 3,750, and 3,800. It'd take a lot of fucking bullish momentum to push us up through those short positions. We already ran, right? The market's up 200 fucking basis points today. If you made money on it, good job. If you didn't, you're day trading chop. It's very volatile chop. It could be profitable if you time it right, but it's very volatile, so it's hard to time. What level of data do I need to get the flashing take profits now indicator? That indicator doesn't exist. They can start selling off into the days leading up, especially if SPY rallies. Right? They're selling off equities, so they want the market to be up, right? Ideally, because they don't want to sell at a low. So the higher the market moves, the greater chance that they start selling off equities for SLD. When the chat moves so fast you can't read it, it's time to sell. There was once a hand who simped for a man. He was a Persian. This rhymes about the hand the fan could go on, except it can't because Gurk wasn't really a man. He's a centaur. I'm not a fucking centaur. Fluffy, are you perpetuating these rumors? I thought your custom take profit indicator was included with Pontiff at VWAP membership. Well, so when someone gets Pontiff at VWAP, I take the day off the stream, fly out to them, and stream live with my co-host. And the take profit indicator is me smacking them in the back of the head and saying, "Take profits, you fucking idiot." So win Bithead stream. I know you try really hard to scare people off, but sometimes you're pretty funny. Keep trying to scare people off, please. Well, there's a reason I do that, right? First off, I don't like people. The second reason being, if you can't stand someone being a little mean to you in public, you're probably not cut out for trading. At over 86,000 volume on reps 35s, when do you think it'll break 100K? A lot of those are sold, but I have no idea. It just keeps going up. What kind of tablet are you using for your pen? The one I had, which now no longer works, was called a Huion. Huion? Yeah, Huion. And, you know, Dan Father Shill bought me a Wacom tablet, but I never gave him a PO box, and now I'm regretting that because otherwise I could have just hot swapped this shit. Now today, I am without my Epic pen to explain my thoughts, and I feel impotent, so impotent. Do you know what your Myers-Briggs personality type is? Yeah, I told someone once. Someone had me do it in the chat, and I told everyone, but I don't remember how far back. That was a while ago. Someone probably remembers. How long does Ape have to run straight into the ground before it gets delisted, do you think? Um, $1.88. So 188 pennies. Or 88 pennies till delisting. I posted it on Discord. Someone's got to fucking remember. I'm sure somebody with good search skills could find it pretty quick. Pretty quick. MTV Dork DGen here. Nice. You know what I'm noticing here? I feel like a lot of people are just really proud of their personality test results from freshman psych. Natalie J86. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Did you just quack at the stream? Yeah. I got tongue twisted. Not in a good way. Why is there such a big discrepancy between SPX and SPY percentages? Skew. It's already wicked to 150. I can't wait until it gets delisted. Honestly, it'll be fantastic. I can't wait to see what the AMC crowd come up with to excuse AA of this sinking ship travesty. You know what? I don't know, but they've always got something. If they're nothing else, Gaff, the AMC crowd is very imaginative. Their ability to pretend that things are happening in the market that are in their favor continues to confound me. From a TA perspective, does it look like SPY will pop or tank from here? Gracias. About 50-50. What happened to their literal gold mine? Well, given that the most valuable thing that they've ever found was a pair of jeans and a mine shaft. That's right. I pay attention to the news. It's unlikely that they're going to produce any significant yields of gold from those holes in the ground that they own the property on. Yeah, their space calls are pretty off the rails. I've heard a couple of them. For my birthday tomorrow, I'd like you to read 10 pages of Options as a Strategic Investment live on stream. No. Also, happy tomorrow birthday. Get it out of the way now. In fact, those mines were owned by the shorts, and then after they knew the mines are worthless, they now know just who would buy the dead property off their hands. AMC shareholders. Yeah. Do you know that asteroids are probably a good chunk of how Earth's water made it here? I saw it on TikTok. Must be true. I think that's partially true to some degree, yeah. You're going to Tokyo on Wednesday, paid by options gains. Do you want me to bring you back anything? Super cool knives. Super cool Japanese chef's knives. I have a thing for them. Just the coolest looking one. Also, congrats on your trip. Fun place. You're ENTPS. Enjoy the mental exercise of questioning the prevailing mode of thought and take certain pleasure in uncovering the value of underdogs and outliers. I take pleasure in being right. You've made me question and look differently at a lot of things when you once said, one of humanity's greatest downfalls is the ability to find patterns in nothing. Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's how we're programmed, right? It benefits us to be able to find patterns. Could just be more stagnation. We could see capitulation. We could see bulls drive the price above the puts while the puts remain strongly in place. Remember, the hedge on the SPY doesn't flip until like 3,800, so extremely expensive Japanese steel. Probably should just ask him to grab some real Toro too. I mean, Otoro? Yeah, if you can like deep freeze tuna cheek, that'd be fantastic. Or a belly. Bluefin, of course. I mean, I think AMC and for a large part, you know, Super Stonk as well, are just evidence of like how bad echo chambers can get. I don't really think it's saying a lot about individual investors or their intelligence. It's more that, you know, their biases are so constantly confirmed by each other that they never think to give any credence to anything that defies their, God, I don't want to call it logic because it's not. Mantra. Kikuchi? He has a shop in Kyoto. Ooh. I have a few Masamoto blades, and I can't remember the name of the guy who made the other one. But they're cool. Ideology, rationalization. I mean, it's all the same. Yeah. Babble. Market's pushing up more. Sean, they're okay. They're very brittle. They're a good knife. They're mass manufactured, so you know you do get some issues with like QA or QC. Sorry. But they're okay. They're usually like VG10, which isn't my favorite kind of steel. They're kind of difficult to sharpen. And their edge retention is okay. Yeah, you can. You have to get sharpening stones to sharpen them. But it takes some practice, but you get it's very cathartic. QA works too, quality assurance. Yeah, but quality control is more relevant to what I was saying. Let's dive into stone sharpening. Oh, I'll go get my stones. Hold on. Get out. VG10 is easy to sharpen. I really don't like it. Is there anything going on this week with GME that makes you concerned to sell CCs expiring this Friday. No, not really. I just want to wait till the market pushes its high. Make sure you soak them. Not all of them need to be soaked. For some of them, it makes them soft. Read the instructions for the stones you have. Yeah, some of them you don't want to soak. Fancy carbon steel like M4 takes some finesse to sharpen. Most of mine are blue too, like the Aogami Super Steel. I have one that's like a powdered steel, but I forget which one it is. I forget which powdered steel. It's like a fuck. What's it called? G something. Could you date Taylor? She's not really my type. I've never forged a knife, nor had a desire to do so. G10? I don't think it's G10. Dino lyrics now in chat? Before Jim even had the retail interest it has now, debt was around 500 million. Is that for a lot for a company in the video game space due to good management, or was that a massive accomplishment? I mean, 500 million of debt's just not very much. I don't think Jamie was very big, and they obviously weren't growing, right? So their debt wasn't great, but it was easily cast off. No, it's not G10. It's I forget the name of the steel. I'd have to look it up. Yeah, I'll just look. Let's God damn it. I have no idea. That's gonna drive me insane. I'll have to look it up later. It's some sort of powdered tool steel. I forget which one it is, though. The problem wasn't the amount of debt, it was the looming maturity dates of the debt and the fact that they defaulted twice on quarterly payments. It was the bond rate reduction. Yeah, the bond rate reduction hurt them a lot. Hey, I'm still green, just not my accounts. Win run. I mean, it's trying. Do you see spy testing 370 today? It could. We'll see. If it does, it'll be like maybe like an hour from now. Right now, there's just not enough interest. R2 powdered steel. That might be it. It might be R2. Are you opposed to me putting your picture in my wallet? Whatever makes you happy, man. Is Jimmy in a bull flag on the 3-minute? No. Why are you using the 3-minute? But you mean like this? This isn't a bull flag. You could say like it's in a pennant. Or argue more of just a consolidating wedge. I have a 6,000, 1,000 grit stone, but can't seem to get an edge that holds. Do you have any recommendations? It's a Victorinox knife. Oh, I mean, those are really soft, right? So they just lose their edge quickly. You can get a honing steel for them. They're soft enough that you can use a honing steel on them. So you can just hone it instead of trying to resharpen every time you lose your edge. Or just like if you don't have a honing steel, just a couple quick passes on each side over the 6,000 grit, and that'll get your edge back. Does Jimmy look bullish on the 2-second? Extremely. October GME OPEX looking good. Yeah, if they short the fuck out of us into the end of the week, it looks great. Any updates on Upstart? Not holding as well as other pickle jar stonks. It's doing fine, and it's up 1% today. I didn't expect it to rip to the moon this morning. Hey, here we go. Another test at 3690, I think. What's Spy Boom Hunter Light looking like? You mean RSI on the Spy? I prefer a leather honing belt. Well, that's after. That's if you're gonna use a strop. You would do that after you finish sharpening it, and that's just to like further refine and polish the edge, right? Yeah, you can use a paper bag, newspaper, jeans. Yeah. I'm playing HD and catcalls. I cannot believe how slow these stocks move. I mean, Caterpillar can move really, really fast sometimes. So can HD. It's just they usually don't. Yeah, no problem, man. How are the Rev FTD numbers? Low, like the volume. In the last week and a half, did I miss anything of import on Rev? Or same awaiting results from hearing? Thanks, Garrick. No. Just waiting for the results on the hearing, that's all. Could you talk about stops on a volatility play like Vecchi 35Cs? I mean, if it starts to run, you would just set stops. You probably wouldn't want to use stop limits because it could get pretty gappy. Trailing stops aren't bad if you're just trying to capture the upside and you have a good target in mind. You mentioned the other day about selling in the money leap CCs on GME. I mentioned I wouldn't do it on GME because GME isn't valuable enough. We talk about over short a lot, but what about over long because of short vol? Well, that's just the other side of the coin, right? Do you know what not penny stock currently has the highest FTD numbers? No, I don't care that much either. But no, you'd have to download the whole like FTD database and then sort it, I guess. It probably wouldn't be that hard. But not all fails are due to short positioning, right? Most fails are from longs. So I think it'd be misleading data, if nothing else. I don't remember what my results from the test were. Better chance at 3,700 tomorrow. I mean, today's not over yet. I'm very close to selling off my 3,700s, though. They're up quite a lot. And I really don't want to risk an equity sell off tomorrow for SLD because they expire Friday. When this week do you think they'll short GME? If they're going to, probably later into the week. SLD is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then into Monday morning. It's not just, it starts Wednesday. But I think they can actually make the deposits as early as Wednesday morning. Dunkin' gives me cream and coffee instead of sugar, and I bought garage doors from HD in May. Still not here. Indicative of a market collapse, or just hated by all orange-colored retail stores. I mean, you are a shill, so maybe they just own AMC and they're like, they see you coming. They're like, oh, it's that fucking gaff guy again trying to tell us bearish shit about our stock. What does he know? I don't know. The centaur joke is because I don't stand up on stream, so people assume that the lower half of my being is horse shaped. When Jimmy's seen his pump arrive in the mail. Yep, that's why I'll continue to just straddle the market and enjoy the volatility. What is a Dan? What's the best way to describe a Dan? A Dan is a someone who has failed so hard at trading that they've turned to sex work in order to continue funding their accounts. They're also part of a hive mind. Can you straddle the market harder? Trying. Hey, Gurk, I just wanted to say hey. What's up, VWasp? Also, Mr. Finch. Hi, guys. What's up? They always say they're going to charge and they never end up doing it. Yeah. I work for a big general contractor. A major bank is pulling back on 5 major construction projects in the area. Well over $1 billion in work. Yeah, cutting losses. It's a good time to do that. Dan Power. Thank you, Trash. Jimmy price over 6%. Weeklies are basically up none. How? IV's so low for weeklies. The skew. What's doing that? The puts. Puts and sold massive amounts of sold calls. I know you're straddling things on the market, but I have one question. When pounce? You're so saucy today, turd. Target, big candle. Ooh. Am I still bullish on Target? Yes. That's a very big candle on Target. That's exciting. Ryan Reynolds just took a massive stake in Fubo. He's had it for a while, I think. Unless he took more or bought in even harder. I'm finally back at work and not using a 2004 Acer at home with screaming heathens. Okay, listen, Turd, you've really got to upgrade your laptop, man. It's time. Noted top tier investor Ryan Reynolds. I think people are more bullish on the idea of celebrities buying into their stock. I remember some people that were very bullish on that once upon a time. I'm holding some Fubo, but I have no idea why. Can you explain why I'm holding? I'm not in America. What is the Fubo strategy? Betting on sports and new streaming service. Specifically, the round football. Hence, Fubo. Ryan Reynolds owns a football club, so it seems a little more involved than just being a celebrity. Yeah. Google also decent against a recession, gambling and staying home instead of going out. I already wrote the DD. I don't want to then talk about it a bunch. Yeah, Fubo's picking up a lot of popularity. They're doing a lot of advertising to promote growth. Working on getting their numbers up, right? They're exploring some avenues for ad revenue in order to lower the subscription costs, um, which could bring on even more users. Remember, it's all about attracting users, right? Talk about Netflix. I mean, they're good at what they do. They're going to make money. A little undervalued, probably, right now. What's next? Are we going to full port into Mint Mobile or Cricket Wireless? Jesus. You know, my buddy, like, franchised with Cricket to sell phones, and he made like $20 million selling phones in impoverished neighborhoods. Don't worry, they're also getting a lot of the NFL like streaming rights, either directly or, well, not directly, but by their partnerships with other streaming services. I subscribed to Fubo 4 times with different emails and canceled Monday morning after Sunday football was over. Fair. I'm sure they can set up IP bans in the future, but right now the free users probably benefit them. I'm sure that they're well aware that that's possible, right? But it ups their viewership numbers and their user count, which is, you know, something they can take to venture capitalists to get more funding. What would you do if you went broke tomorrow? Probably just go back to work, get a job. I get a job until I had enough money to trade with, and then start all over again. I don't know how I could go broke tomorrow, but I guess it could happen. The market just doesn't turn on anymore. That would I would probably go broke if that happened, or close to broke. U.S. bonds in trouble for how long? If the cost of high inflation doesn't keep you up at night, the loss of jobs and wages surely might. I don't know how in trouble U.S. bonds are. I mean, the Fed can step in, right? And will likely if forced. I mean, the Fed's intention is for people to lose jobs and wages. They want to slow down in the economy. I do have a house. I just sell that, and then I'll have YOLO money. Is it all paid off? Yeah. Yeah. So I don't owe any money on it. I have to pay taxes at some point. They're not that bad. But it's a lot. You know what pissed me off? So the part of Long Island it's in like a gated community, and it's kind of an older gated community, and they don't have natural gas in the community. Um, so I had to buy oil for there's like a gas tank in the fucking basement, right? And I had to call somebody to come and put oil in it so I could leave the heat on so the pipes don't freeze in the winter. It was like 1,200 fucking dollars to fill this fucking thing up. And he's like, "You're gonna need to do that 3 more times this winter." Is it possible that on Wednesday on SLD the market doesn't go down? Well, yeah, because the SLD period lasts from Wednesday through next Monday. Sell that bitch and buy something with city utilities. Seriously. Homeownership is kind of lame unless you have a mansion in the Hamptons. I said it's not in the Hamptons. Ish. Just set up a giant crypto farm. It's not a bad idea. What would I mine though? Monero? Why are you not just selling the house right away? I don't know. I probably could. I've just been kind of lazy. And now I feel like I've missed the top, so I'm kind of bag holding it. Oh yeah, taxes too. You have to wait like for long-term gains. I think in New York it's like 12 months or maybe it's 2 years. I don't know. I have to look it up. Someone told me, but now I forgot. It's gonna be the home base for only librarians. I'm trying to think of ways to turn it into a business opportunity. Always an idiot that wants to overpay for oceanfront property. True, yeah. But it's not easy to find them. Turn it into a TikTok house. I was gonna turn it into an OnlyFans house, but then we came up with only librarians, and we're gonna do that instead. Digital brothels are that's that's how I'm gonna make my name in the world of business. Sex work is real work. Start recruiting off Tinder. Can you tell me the exact date when uranium sentiment shifts and it decouples from the market? Thanks. Yeah, probably not, Bastion. Nice try, though. Ladies, hear me out. Only fans, but you just have one fan that you marry and have kids with. That sounds terrible. You know, if the metaverse needs one thing, it's more sex. It's very bland. And you know that Zuck isn't gonna fucking pioneer on that front, right? I assume his penis is shriveled up like beef jerky. From lack of moisture, of course. Uh, okay, SPX, that's close enough to 36.72. Now just up the rest of the day. I'm sure 99.9% of this chat will visit Brazzers Land when it opens as a digital world. Why is every day boring on the market now? I mean, I think all the days are just weighted in whether you made money that day or not. I made money today, so it's a great day. I'll lose money tomorrow. It'll be a terrible day. Podcasts are calling for a boycott on Ulta, Rev Prime for launch. I don't really know if that benefits Revlon. I made money flipping Fubo cover calls and CSPs. Nice, man. It's boring because I bought spy calls this morning. Diamond handed them only to close up like 10%. And 10% is better than nothing, right? Institutions already have enough cash on hand. Is that how it works? Not really. No, institutions have had cash on hand for quite some time. And that's also really presumptive. You're assuming that all institutions have sufficient cash on hand to make their deposits without selling any equities. They want to sell equities that are up in the period that they've owned them. It's desirable. Cash on hand, yeah, cash on hand in RRP is way better than cash in the market. When will Warren Buffett sell Apple? Probably never. He'll die holding it. Literally. Buy ride on Fubo at 4? I mean, I don't know why. Do you really need the like $20 to $100 that bad? What's up, fickle pickle tickler? The 14 is doing really bad. Yeah, I mean that's kind of been uh the rumor at least. Well, not just the rumor, right? Distributors cut back on orders already. So that's largely priced in, I think. Apple doesn't need to have great new products every year to make it long term. They're sitting on billions of dollars in cash, like half a trillion in cash. They can futz around. They could turn into a totally different company 900 times before they ever went out of business. So what's the story on Rev? Waiting for news of the delisting. Yes. Nudge, nudge. Make the SPX go up, Magic Man. I know you have the power. Here, I'll draw you a new, slightly higher descending wedge. No problem. When forced buy-ins and VUPs for upstart. When do forced buy-ins usually happen on stocks that are shorted with synthetic liquidity? Rusty Shackleford. Come on, I know you can answer this. Oh, I know. OPEX. There you go. Yeah, I have a car. When quadrillion-dollar derivatives market drained entirely into buying GME shares? Literally never. Did you hear about the CEO of Nikola getting convicted on 3 to 4 counts and could face up to 25 years in prison? Puts on Nikola? Or does this positively affect Tesla? I mean, could be good for the company. He hasn't been CEO for quite some time. I don't see how it positively affects Tesla. They never actually designed a product. I can't wait for all the questions soon of when OPEX happens. No one's asked yet, which is shocking. But I'm enjoying it. Nice wedge, G. I know. Who's that guy who spoke ill of my wedge? Waiting 6 August to sell CCs on Jimmy, Rev, and Fubo. Only sold 1 CC on Fubo, and wouldn't you know it, there was a run and I was assigned. Should I stay the course or get into something else? I mean, you just need to sell CCs on runs. If you do that, you don't need to worry about selling shitty CCs week to week. Okay, you guys know when OPEX is. Fuck off. When SLD? I've already been asked that like 50 times today. When is NOPEX? Same time. Why aren't you full port shorting Ape? You can get insane leverage. Gross. Oh, Jesus Christ. I shouldn't have said anything. This is why I don't own guns. I'd shoot myself in the foot. Imagine the euphoria of seller boxing a company on your own. I know. Do monthly OPEX dates really matter that much anymore since volume and obligations have been so low? Quarterly OPEX more reasonable. Fair, but yeah, I think it still matters. Mostly just because of the hedge positioning and the fact that they've been shorting. We need to see another round of liquidity to drive the price further down before, we can really confirm that enough obligations have been created. Alternatively, obligations will remain fairly low and runs will just be smaller but more consistent. What are your thoughts on T-Doc? Probably not a bad play, but probably a lot, like, you want some time on it. A lot of time on it. Gaff's just here for Cenas. Put option OI makes it more compelling for Upstart to have an OPEX in October than GME. Yeah, it does. I do agree. Next quarterly OPEX is in December. Yeah. Next F-Man's in November. Next OPEX is in October. This is fun. Just 3 months of fun. What was that, Jesus? What an exciting day for GameStop. I'll tell you what's going on the SPY. People are buying calls at 36.70 and selling them at 36.80. Hello, sir. I just noticed that shares of Revlon Inc. Class A common stock increased by 4 cents in one tick. I feel compelled to ask, is this it? Is this MOASS? Are you still bullish on Revlon? I mean, I still own it, right? What percentage of your OPEX position have you entered? 0. What is that called? Some kind of circle where everybody is just jerking. If only we had a word for that. Gherkin it? Circle gherk? I'm really upset that I appear to have lost the fourth screw to my computer case. I don't even know where it went. Huh. Should have DRS'd it. Oh well. It's always in the last place you look, but what if I look in that place first? You think it's stuck to the bottom of my hoof? I'm just gonna set a stop on these 3,700 weeklies. I've got 3665 puts for today. Interesting. Okay. 0 DTE? Greedy. I like it. For the 21st? That's not that greedy. Are you expecting an equity sell-off tomorrow for SLD? You mentioned I was listening via Discord. We could get it as soon as tomorrow. Here's a good way to predict when the SLD sell-off will occur if it does, right? When the market looks like it's done going up, then they'll sell off. Has anyone ever gone broke taking profits? Probably. But maybe only because they just blew their money on other stuff. But how about all the puts and the Pimentop? That's totally different. Still still bullish on Rev Popcorn Trader. 76.76% dark pool today. Cool. That's nice. So if we can get, I mean, I feel like GME Upstart, like all of these would benefit greatly from like just not a big hard like morning uptrend in SPX where it stagnates into nothing for the rest of the day, but just consistent upside price improvement that doesn't just stagnate at a price point for 9 hours. If I was a market maker and I knew SLD was approaching, I would internalize too. Yeah. Cool beans. Can you give me a ring when Rev squirts? Sure, man. Hey man, been a while since you called. Rev hasn't squirted yet? No, not yet. Sorry, popcorn. Maybe later. Expecting any drops in cat? I mean, yeah, if the indices move down, cat will tank a little bit. Nvidia getting close to you starting to DCA into those puts you mentioned and Pickles picks. I might start buying some this week, but I'll probably buy more next. Especially if we do start to get a bear rally. Like I'll try to wait till the top of it, but it was something that I wanted to highlight for people in the meantime. Some entries will be better than others, but you know, monitoring it is the most important part. SPY likely to fill this morning's gap to the downside for SLD. It very well could, yeah. They're holding cat calls through their earnings next week? Yes. Probably will. Maybe not my 165s. Like, maybe not my in the money calls, but my out of the money ones, yeah. Typically, they sell off, like, uh, between Tuesday and the sell off can continue for quite some time. It's not always all realized at once. We've had SLDs where they sell off like Tuesday night, the market opens down and then rockets into the end of the week. We've had SLD sell-offs where they start selling off like Wednesday morning and it continues through Monday. We've had SLD sell-offs that dip Thursday and start coming back on Friday. It really depends on how much SL they got a D. That's correct, Dork. It's unlikely that the sell-off already happened. If you're waiting to ghost Gurk to sell CCs, you're gonna have a bad time. Yep. That's not entirely true. I sold $20 puts for November today on GME. Just had a woman pass out while on the phone with my office. I called 911, sent EMS to her house. She didn't answer the door of the phone. Apparently, she woke up and is mad that people are at her house checking on her. Wait till she gets the EMS bill. I feel like current prices, Jimmy has a higher likelihood of assignment. Well, fair enough. I mean, the upstart puts I sold were naked. The GME ones are covered, but wondering about SLD is I have November 18 SPX 3800 calls that are free but are down. Might dump but leaning toward greedy. I have the same calls. They're a bit down still. I think they go up at a test of like 3710. Like they'll move positive at 3710. But yeah, I have the same calls. I'm still being pretty greedy with them. I keep buying more. This is it, guys. Rev back to 666. That's pretty bullish. Because it moved up 2 cents. I only have like 5 though. That's fair. They're not cheap, exactly. Is trading options on the DGIA the ultimate rich guy move? Or like SPX, NDQ, DGIA? Like minis? Like Dow minis? I mean, it's no different than trading minis on SPX or NDQ or ES. I think generally people trade them on like the Dow 30. I think I don't really trade the Dow very often, but I think that's like the more popular ticker. It's like YM1. Why would you trade minis? It's like SPX on crack. It's great. Peasant's got a point there. Why? Yeah, why wouldn't you trade minis? You want to trade micros? Those are poor contracts. If you're not 50x leveraging your futures contracts, what are you doing with your life? Imagine trading nanos like an AMC bag holder. Here's what I don't understand. I don't understand people who trade nanos and not just the SPY. Like nanos were just invented to steal the spread from you, right? It's days like today where I just want to cut open the live 3-inch main in this building and never come back. Rough. I'm enjoying today, but I haven't had to cut anything yet, so. Well, except some profitable contracts. The doctor calls it nano. My girlfriend says micro. She's the best. It's true love. I didn't say CCs, I said CSPs. Cash secured puts. My best position today has been shorting Snap. You made $1,000, though I've lost 160 on 0 DTE spy pets. Why are you buying 0 DTE spy pets? I like how you're bullish and bearish on the market at the same time. It's arousing. Me too. I like it because it confuses people that aren't able to adapt to market trends. They're like, oh, I don't get it. Why isn't it one direction? Well, because this isn't an Australian boy band. Do you see... Oh, wait. Do you see more upside tomorrow on QQQ? Pullback looks imminent on indices. Possible we see downward pressure before Wednesday. Yeah, that's possible. But yeah, we could also see more upside because T+2 is still unresolved, right?
And indexes track the underlying stocks. And so while they generally cover their hedge on indices right away, like within T+1, that doesn't mean that there isn't a continued pump from, the T+2 on all the underlying stocks. If institutions holding this 3,700 put wall up want a lucrative SLD, they'd stop being little bitches and sell those puts off now so they can start their equity sell off above 3,700. It's what I would do. Maybe the institutions holding up the put wall don't need a lucrative SLD. Maybe they're prime banks and they have shitloads of cash on hand already. And the institutions that do need it above 3,700 are small hedge funds. Whatever. English boy, but what's the Australian boy band? Five Sauce? I don't hang on to jokes. That's just it's just part of my flow. How about using 10 minis? It's not 5 seconds of summer, it's 5 sauce. Okay? Get it right. Exactly, little G-Wagon. Ah, red candle, make it stop.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Fuck your zero GTE puts that are way too far out of the money. Where did the day go? It was a whirlwind of witty repartee and stock trading. Time flies when you're having fun. Tempest Fugit, good sir. Do you ever go to see stand-up comedy in New York City? No. I don't like beer or people. What do you like? Money, stocks, questionable sexual encounters. Eggplant parmesan. And being right. You know what? I do like cats. Have you tried the truff hot sauce? I like it on my eggs, but my neighbor licks it off my toes after I go for a run. No. Truffle oil is a sin. I always thought it looked like you wore mascara. No, just luxuriously long eyelashes. Champ of Roses. It's okay to be jealous. I understand. They're also very thick. Thick and long. What kind of cat is J Fresh? He's an interdimensional fairy cat. How about the dimples on the small of a woman's back? I like those. You mean thumb holsters? Those are pretty great. They're called Venus dimples. Whatever. Is there anything better than a woman that makes more money than you? No. Challenge is the best. It keeps the fire going, right? And the girl's credit score is above 750? Dude, calm down. You get me all fucking turned up while I'm streaming. Yeah, that's actually true, Bruce. Would your perfect girlfriend be an amazing stock trader? No. That would that would be a terrible household to live in. There'd be constant arguments, hate fucking. Oh wait, actually, that'd be pretty awesome. Future inheritance, same like making more money than me. Same like you got a bag hold for a while before you realize any value. Thanks for the offer, Natty. It has to be equal or greater skill. Otherwise, it's no fun. What a great day. What a great day in the financial markets. I love doing this sometimes. What's up, Dork? You got DMs for me? Why is that just going straight up like a rocket? Is that illiquidity or are you just happy to see me? Sinus up or down? Well, Sinus is now, so we'll find out. The first candle of Sinus is green, which is could be bullish, or it could mean nothing. You know, with the still green day on Upstart, if you flip your phone, it looks like we're mooning. Yay. I mean, yeah, Upstart's still up for the day. CNS, CNS, CNS. Ugh.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret sinus. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause it feels so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret sinus.
Dear God, dork. It's so elevated. It's not Rebecca. Oh, did I short the Sinus song? I'm sorry. Have you ever essentially merged over the rumble strips on the highway just to feel vibrational pleasure? I've done it in order to wake up the passenger in my car. Username McUsername face. Zillionaire for 14 months. Did you want to say something else? I'm listening. You've got my attention. $10.21 SPY 365 put safe. They're not terrible. They're not safe. I mean, they're 4 DTEs, right? But they're not terrible. I don't like strikes close to like critical support and resistance areas, right? So I'd rather have like 30-70 puts or, you know, 30-70 calls. There's nothing worse than getting like a 3700 or a 3500 and then it doesn't fucking hit. I know I have 3700s. Sometimes I watch the stream and forget to buy and sell things. That could be a good thing. Is it only me that wishes for a cataclysmic disaster that will destroy the Earth? I mean, if there's a cataclysmic disaster that destroys the Earth, I don't think anyone would really care. In my experience, if both parties in a relationship like olives, it won't work. Interesting. No, SPY 360 is a critical support and resistance level. Like a 360 too. Like the offset strikes. What do you think of 3100p March 23 as a long-term put hold? Not terrible. I might target a little higher. I'd probably go like 32 or 33. But I don't think it's bad. I do think that at the bottom, which may not be realized by March, we could see like 2900, but it may take until like June. Call of the Void, same like the call of the bottom of the IV smile. Yes. Was that an insult to my capabilities? No. But over trading is a mistake a lot of people make, so just pointing that out. So it could be a good thing. I didn't say it is a good thing. I said it could be a good thing. Don't be insulted when I haven't insulted you. That's just rude. You start buying puts for SLD today or tomorrow? I might wait till tomorrow. Spy is trading at $1.60 channel for the most of the day. This is boring as fuck. Well, if you trade SPX, that's a $160 channel, so it's way more fun. I made 225 in about 3 seconds off of SPX. How is SPX legal? Because it is? All I want is Upstart to go down or Rev to go up. Neither of these things have been happening. Why do you want Upstart to go down? I mean, Upstart's kind of down right now. Ooh, I should sell more naked puts. I'm not gonna lie, that day that you get your brokerage allows you to start selling naked puts. Man, you really feel like you're in the big leagues. I wish I could get that feeling back. Girk, I lost 7K on SPX in 3 seconds. How is this legal? It's like when you turn 21. Right? And you're like, I can go out and drink. And then you go out and drink, you drink too much, and you puke all over yourself. That's what naked puts are, right? Your broker tells you you're responsible enough for them, but are you? Probably not. SPX should be its own level of options trading. No. Are my SPX 3665s going to print? I don't know. It doesn't look great for you right now. I'm not going to lie. What do I hate? Team Hippopotamus? Oh, MMTLP? How's that doing? Did you guys ever make any money? Oh, look, it's at $3. I hope you made money. Is there a tool to calculate what IV will increase to certain price points? I'm too dumb to do this on my own. No. I mean, you can figure out, you could like plot the like curvature of the Vega. But you're probably better off just estimating based on historic volatility. Do you think SLD will have an effect on Rev? Maybe. Not a huge one, but a little bit. This minute by minute volatility on SPX is kind of crazy. It's super fun. SPX is the ultimate meme stock. It's up $94 today. Think about that for a second. That's a lot of chicken tendies. Yeah, it is. That's not even the high for today. The high for today was like $10 higher. It's so much more fun than sitting around and holding $20 stocks and being like, I wonder if this will go to 30. To make fun of us. Think more spy ups tomorrow? Possible. Or a $4 stock hoping it goes to 10. Yeah. If you want to do it in a separate chart, you have to type it into the chart in the top left corner. If you click the link for, like, if you click SPX over here on the left, it'll just bring up the full screen chart. I don't know if there's a way to set it up so it automatically opens as like the little chart. Who's SPX's transfer agent? Yeah, I went to school for finance. Well, biology and then finance. Can't believe institutions are loading up on Rev and after hours. Yeah, it's super crazy. Must be institutions, because nobody else could ever buy an after hours. When DRS SPX shares? There are no shares. It's not an ETF, they're index options. They're just pure degeneracy. No, I didn't learn how to clone a human. I wanted to be a doctor, and then I realized that I was entirely motivated by money and would probably make a terrible doctor. Also, the road to making that money seemed way too long. Can confirm. Long and loaded with debt. Yeah. What's your interest? Were your interest in cloning since you saw the movie Multiplicity with the best actor of all time? I'm gonna ignore that. It's Did you transfer within your school, take a break, or go to another one within my school? Yeah, graduating near the top of your class in finance, not hard. But, like, biology is way more competitive. How old are you? Old enough. Or you can be a PhD type doctor and make 4 times less as a professor than your girlfriend who sells medical programs to hospitals, even though you have 10 years of education and she has millions of dollars. I suppose that's also an option. Aren't biology students usually bookworms, nerds? I am a nerd. So I can't watch my position. I'm just gonna sell long-term CCs and buy them back when I return. Sounds safe? I mean, if you're far enough out of the money, I suppose. I wish finance didn't have math. Yeah, but you don't need to know how to do math. Not like hard math. Was GME your biggest play? Yeah. No way you turned 25K into millions. Just it wasn't just like that. It was over the course of multiple years. And I've gotten some very good plays in that time, right? Like I had GME was one of them, but I also, bet very heavily on the COVID crash. I bought Tesla in the COVID crash. Um I went pretty heavy on Tesla. I was in AMD for a really long time. How much did you make on Jimmy Sneeze last year? Uh, like, I think about 6,000% on my initial investment. And then I put it all back in February. So what's your highest mathematical proficiency? Hmm. Well, I don't want to say. I can't really do modeling. I hate to think about it because I have to judge myself. Hold on one second. Calculus helps, yeah. Hmm. Hey, Dork. Can you do me a favor and look at pull up Fubo on the 1 day? Hmm. No, not uh the S components with the IWN, I guess. Sorry, 1 second, guys. You see that? Yeah, on Relish. Now look at the 1 hour. I just want to know if you see what I think I see. What are you seeing there, and can you teach a bit about it? I mean, I don't know how much about it I can teach. I could talk about it a little bit. It looks like pretty strong institutional buying on Fubo, and it's increasing. But I'm having a hard time determining if the buying on Fubo is to satisfy ETF obligations, or if the buying on Fubo is just simply institutional interest picking up. Complex frequency. I've done like stochastic calculus, calc 1 and 2. Some calc 3, but I wouldn't say I'm like, I wouldn't say I'm proficient for calc 3. You know, like I wouldn't feel confident in my proficiency in it. But like regression models, time series, statistical learning, financial mathematics, probability theory, financial statistics. Chicken egg sort of thing, maybe it's hard to tell. Yeah, I mean, it could be one and the same, right? It was just really interesting. I just noticed that on it, and I hadn't noticed it before really until I kind of flip-flopped that time frame. But what's even weirder is on the 4 hour, it looks like illiquidity is driving up in the ETFs, right? As more of the underlying is purchased. Yeah, where catch it bounces off of Relish is super cool. Do you ever still set up as a business for trading or just personal? Personal. Like an LLC, you can do it through an LLC. There's some you don't really get like a good tax break through an LLC. Unless you get like a preferred status for trading from the IRS, which is kind of hard to qualify for. But you can get that personally as well. You have to meet a bunch of qualifications to do it. You got to write off more losses as an LLC, but that's not something I have a problem with yet. Missed the joke in the stream card. Not national treasure, notional treasure. Yeah. Do you ever try to time your entry into Straddle? Oh, yeah. Yeah, if I can catch some chop within a price range, absolutely. Like, if I could buy both sides of the Straddle out of the money, that's awesome. Is it strange that Jan 2025 options on Fubo only go up to $7? No, they'll open more of them if the price action necessitates it. I mean, either way, it seems like scarcity in mustard is increasing, right? That's, I don't know. The whole thing's very compelling. We'll talk about it later. But I just noticed it now, and then I got worked up. So I'll calm down, but see, like, this is a great time for me to buy 3680 puts, which I'm gonna do for my Straddle. How confident are you in strong GME price action for November OPEX? I don't know if it's going to be November or October. Like, obligations already built up a little bit here going into October. I wonder if positionally we have like a fairly good chance of seeing a run. If we don't see one and we see continued shorting down into a lower price range, that would be very bullish for November. Is now a good time to sell covered calls? I don't know. But OPEX hasn't even happened yet, Popcorn Trader. You can't know the PAX before it O's or E's. Did you experience an epiphany of sorts in your first harvest of profits in the market? No, not really. Looks like I'm strangling. I'm sure as shit not buying any calls now for the upside. I will buy some more puts though for my Straddle. A little more. No? See, the problem, so sometimes when you're trying to get into your Straddle by doing it this way, you end up having to strangle in order to buy the other leg out of the money. Hopefully this falls back below 3680 and then I can buy the call side of the Straddle, but it may not. And if it doesn't, then, you know, I'll have to go at like 3685 or something. Upstart not following SPX. No, they're really pushing it down hard today. Which is actually interesting. That's what they used to do to GME. They still do to some degree, but not as much. But approaching OPEXs for GME, they used to short really, really hard in the prior week. If you guys remember previous OPEXs, right? So remember, we'd always hit like that SLD week before we ran. We would always hit these really consolidated low periods, like right here and here. You know, we'd get shorted really, really hard, even if the market was rising at the beginning of SLD, right? The 3 days leading into October, like that was the SLD period, right? And then we just got slammed into the end of the week. Same thing here in May, you know, and then even in March and May this year. And I'm not gonna lie, like this chop, like this volatility control that we're seeing here on the daily candles, and even more so, like if we move out here to the 4 hour, you can really see them grind the price action in a narrow range. This is usually really bullish for SLD, and if you go or bullish for OPEX, and if you look at an Upstart, they're very much trying to bring the price down over the last couple days, right? Like they're really trying to control this like $22 range, and keep volatility from spiking. And so that's I mean really good for a potential OPEX, especially if Upstart gets shorted hard. Like if we see Upstart get shorted inverse to market action down to like the $20 level again, that's really bullish. It's, yeah, remember, because they're going to cover at the end, right? So they want to try to drive the price and volatility as low as feasibly possible before covering, before they drive the price and volatility up. And with the super illiquid environment that Reg Show 204 creates, it means it's kind of hard for them to do it, right? Upstart new GME? Not really. It's very different. Put options are getting sold. Lots of out of the money call options purchased. FOMC midterm are coming up in 3 weeks. I feel like a squeeze can happen in 2 months. What are your thoughts on what stock, Nicholas? Or are you just talking about the market in general? I agree. I mean, by November 4th, you're gonna have 80% of the S&P 500 earnings reported. It's going to give the Fed a very clear view of market conditions, and they're probably going to move forward with the expected rate hike of 0.75, which is likely already priced in. It's definitely priced into futures. If I'm poor, can I buy a straddle on TQQQ instead of SPY or SPX? Yes, but your returns will be equally reduced, right? And yeah, it's actually better to use the leveraged ETF. But sometimes with TQQQ and SQQQ, it's sometimes better to buy a call on each instead of straddling one. Moderately, like a few percent points better, but because their implied volatility is separate because they're different, assets, it can be better. Yeah, I expect Saks and Lockheed and State Street to have fairly good returns. State Street's questionable, but J&J and Goldman Sachs will probably be pretty good. If the market bounces in the near future, we'll use that opportunity to open up a large put position. Yeah, I'll start opening up put positions above 3,800. between 3,800 and a possible high of like 41.35. What odds do you put on SPX 3,700 before SLD? It's tough to say. It's really tough to say. It's going to be dependent on, you know, earnings, which are a toss up. It's going to be dependent on, you know, T+2 exposure tomorrow, on, you know, like the underlying parts of the index. It's going to be reliant on, well, not really the economic data so much this week. You know, it's going to be reliant on stability more than anything. Like we don't want any shit going wrong tonight. Like, we don't want Bank of America coming out and saying anything. We want the Fed to shut their fucking mouths for a day. And then maybe, just maybe, we push 3,700 tomorrow. Don't forget that those puts at 3,700 are likely to hold, even if we move above them. So the potential for the market to snap back under 3,700 will be really, really high still. Has Revlon just been $4.25 for like the last fucking hour? Every time I look at it, it's the same fucking price. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's holding. It's how the fuck has it been 14 months? I don't know, man. Time flies when you're having fun. What's up, James? Why are you so bearish on 3,700 tomorrow when SLD doesn't start until Wednesday? They can make the deposits tomorrow. They can start selling equities, right? And make, well, they can't make the deposit tomorrow, but they can start equity sell-offs tomorrow. I'm not bearish on it. It's just that a lot has to go right, and I don't think it's a guarantee that we see it before SLD kicks in. Because remember, there's positioning that's trying to hold the price down under 3,700 until they sell off their puts this weekend, and then there's positioning that wants the price higher so that they can sell off equities to get their liquidity deposits, right? So, you know, it's a battle that I have no control over, and I don't know who the winner is going to be. You can make money off that information either way, though. Has OPEX caused a squeeze that you know of? Yeah, January GME. Someone just bought my Rev $6 weekly. Could SLD temper moving into the olive meat? Yes. Holy moly, the free members chat. I will come up with something good for this one this time around. I couldn't have said it better myself, Mr. Diggs. Thank you so much, man. And remember, you're always welcome on my balcony. Well, fire escape. How does Cat look? Fine. Does GME ever run during SLD? No, but it's run after SLD's ended. So if SLD like finalized before the end of the week, GME's run up on Friday before an OPEX before. Slightly, not necessarily a lot, but it has, if obligations are really high, sometimes it's creeped up a little bit on the Friday leading into OPEX. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna wait to see where this drop ends. I'm just hoping it doesn't bounce back too quick, and then yeah, I'll buy the call side. This doesn't always, I know you guys see this work out for me a lot, but it doesn't always work out this way. So I buy some here, right? And then if it moves up back to retest this level, yeah, I'll buy the rest. Or they don't fill, and I get really lucky. Hold on. Oh, okay, now... All right. Well, that worked out a little better. Thanks, Anon C-SPAN. What? I'm not losing focus. Oh, am I blurring out? I don't know why that keeps happening. There's a part of me that really wants to hit my camera, but I know everything that means. That does nothing. I'm back. What a great straddle. Now I kind of want to sell the short leg of it, though. You know, I realized that I should have started and continued this stream as a blurry blob, and then people wouldn't know what I look like. Could have been perfect. I would have had so much more allure and mystery. Damn. Yeah, I could have been Blurk. I would have thought you were out a bit if you did that. Ew. How dare you? Have you read my DD? Oh, don't lie, Gaff. You've read it all. I know you have. Especially my latest one. Ding ding. The market is done, guys. We're ready for another day of indecisiveness tomorrow, as the market still doesn't know what direction it's going to pick. I can tell you this much, not down. So up or sideways is the name of the game. At least until SLD drops us 200 BPS. Yep. Yet another day, more important than anything, another day of the market not crashing, right? And that's, in my opinion, bullish for the near term. GME, Upstart, Fubo, I think all performing pretty well today. Upstart the worst. It seems to be being operationally shorted to a much higher degree than some of the other basket stocks, but that's to be expected, right? With it still being on reg show. SPY performance is nice today. It jumped up into that higher range from the lows on Friday, and is stabilized right below that massive fucking wall of puts at 3,700. We may never breach 3,700 this week. We may test it, but we may not cross it. And if we do, I doubt we'll cross it for long before SLD happens. And those puts are sold off at the end of the week. But next week is looking very, very bullish as we start to see more and more call interest come into the long side. So I think we're well set up for a bounce next week. This week's gonna be a little choppy. There's probably gonna be some up and downside to play. I'm gonna continue to just do what I'm doing, which is straddle the fuck out of this thing every night, because it makes me a lot of money, and I don't have to pick. Thank you all, and GG. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.